Okay. Commissioner, we're ready to start whenever you are.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to New York City Department of Transportation's public hearing on its proposed rules for its Dining Out NYC program. My name is Idanis Rodriguez, and I'm the Commissioner for the New York City Department of Transportation. And I'm very excited for the opportunity to hear feedback from all of you on this important public hearing. The Dining Out NYC program has evolved greatly since its inception in response to COVID-19 outbreak in 2020. What began as a lifeline for small businesses throughout New York City, saving more than 100,000 jobs, became the largest employee program in the United States and has turned out into a component of everyday street life throughout the 5 boroughs. It has allowed families and friends to safely connect and enjoy food and drink in a space throughout their neighborhood. As the agency that has run the Open Restaurants program and will manage the permanent Dining Out NYC program into the future, we have learned much and adapted to the changing needs of the city. As we move into the future, we are excited to refine the program to best meet the need of businesses and communities. We now have a great opportunity to these temporary programs in the best and largest permanent program in the nation. We look forward for your input today, which we will consider as we finalize adopt these rules. Again, on behalf of Mayor Eric Adams and the 6,000 men and women at DOT, especially the team that has been running this program, from Michelle to Lawrence and the whole team, would like to say thank you to the advocates and everyone for your participation today. I will now turn the hearing over to Michelle Graven, Assistant Commissioner for the Office of Cityscape and Franchise, who is managing DOT's Dining Out NYC program. Thank you. Hoy estamos aquí dándole la bienvenida a todos los que están testificando sobre este programa. En nombre de la Academy Garden, le damos la bienvenida y esperamos de que sus ideas, sus opiniones sobre este programa nos sirvan al momento de tomar esta decisión. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good morning. Today is Monday, November 20th, 2023 at 10:07 a.m. My name is Michelle Craven, the Assistant Commissioner of Cityscape and Franchises at New York City DOT. Today's hearing will be conducted in accordance with the Charter's Citywide Administrative Procedure Act, or CAPA. CAPA requires all agencies to conduct public hearings on proposed rules for the purpose of collecting comments from the public. Such hearings must take place no sooner than 30 days after the initial notice of opportunity to comment appears in the city record. The notice of opportunity to comment on the rule presented for consideration today was first published in the city record on Friday, October 20th, 2023. As required by CAPA, notice was also provided via email to the Speaker of the City Council, all council members, all community board managers, members of the news media, relevant civic organizations, and interested stakeholders. In addition, DOT provided a copy of the notice to the New York City Rules website and posted it on the department's website and the Dining Out NYC website. DOT also sent a copy of the notice to all restaurants who participated in the temporary outdoor dining program. DOT has been accepting written comments on this proposed rule since publication of the notice in the city record and will continue to do so until the end of the day today. You may provide written comments to us in person today or email them to the address provided on the notice. As a reminder, today's hearing will provide an opportunity for the public to provide feedback on the proposed rule. As such, DOT officials in attendance will not answer any questions that are posed at the hearing. The department will, however, carefully consider all written and verbal comments it receives on this proposed rule. Following such consideration, DOT will issue a final rule by submitting a notice of adoption in the city record. The rule will go into effect 30 days from the date of publication unless otherwise waived. If you wish to provide verbal testimony on the proposed rule, we will call your name based on the names we received in advance of today's hearing, and then we will call anyone who uses the raise hand feature on Zoom. In the interest of accommodating all those who are interested in watching the public hearing but do not want to make any verbal comments, please view the live stream on the department's YouTube channel and do not use the Zoom link. The YouTube channel can be found on www.youtube.com/@NYCDOT. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes and limit the substance of your comments to the proposed rules for the Dining Out NYC program, not feedback on the operation of a particular outdoor dining setup. Once we call your name, you will be unmuted so you can provide your name, affiliation, and comment. Please speak slowly and clearly so that your statement can be accurately recorded. Thanks in advance for your cooperation.
Thank you, Michelle. The first individual on the list this morning is Councilmember Marte. Councilmember Marte, I am going to be unmuting you now.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, awesome. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Councilmember Christopher Marte, representing Lower Manhattan District 1, and thank you for allowing me to testify today. As I put forward my recommendations today, I'm deeply concerned that we have not learned from the mistakes of the temporary open restaurant program and have completely ignored the residents who have been most impacted by outdoor dining. For these reasons, I voted no on this legislation this past summer, and I still believe this program effectively silences those who have lost their quality of life to policy driven by profit alone. The license period of 4 years, twice the length of a liquor license, is far too long. A bad actor should not be able to continue operations for so long without returning to a formal review process. And as we have seen in the temporary program, we cannot rely on enforcement without license periods to hold these businesses accountable. Additionally, plans must be submitted by licensed professional, without which there is no legitimate recourse for altering these plans once approved. Regarding license review, the proposed review process for roadways cafes is non-existent. While sidewalk cafes require notice to all local representatives and a hearing by the local community board, the roadway process involves only a comment period. For something as significant as outdoor dining, to have a review process more streamlined than sidewalk bollards or ADA ramp is unacceptable. Regarding maintenance and operations, closing hours are far too late, and the language around maintenance and good order leaves far too much room for interpretation. Sidewalk, residential, and fire clearance must be strictly enforced, and the question of bathroom provisions by seating must include outdoor dining establishments. I urge DOT to come up with a better strategy for rat and trash mitigation, as these seem to have been completely forgotten in these rules. Finally, the majority of the problems we have witnessed around safety, noise, overcrowding, traffic, and sanitation in restaurants in dense neighborhoods like the Lower East Side and Soho could swiftly mitigate with license density cap. 10 or 12 outdoor dining licenses on a sidewalk and in the streets for a small, mostly residential block is unconscionable. The realities of mixed-use neighborhoods must be accounted for in this program. And as we know, a one-size-fits-all approach for such a complex and very public realm in this city will not work. The needs of restaurants have been put forward before many of the needs of my constituents, and I urge DOT to do what they can to make this program equitable, safe, and enjoyable for all New Yorkers. Thank you for giving me this time to testify.
Thank you, Councilmember. The next individual on the list is Betsy Mack. Following Betsy Mack will be Susan Stetzer. Betsy, I am going to be unmuting you now.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Hi, I'm a board member of CB7. We all voted against the open restaurants when it brought up to the board. There are some reasons. There are two major fires happened in our district. One is on April 27, 2021. The fire started in front of the shed, and it burned out the front portion of the building. And then the second fire happened in April 12, 2023, and then it burned out 5 mixed-use buildings, the front portions of the mixed-use building on 37th Avenue. So we're very concerned with regarding the insurance coverage. Like fire happened like this, the insurance company has good reasons not to cover it because all these wooden sheds are not fire rated. They have no fire extinguisher, no sprinkler system, no safety. So that's why. There's another reason why we voted against it is because of the type of business. Other type of business will also follow suit as restaurants. They will file suits against the city because there are other type of businesses like convenience store. They're gonna want us to open up with the wooden shed, like smoke shop. They're gonna ask for those wooden shed on the sidewalk. So eventually, the entire city have wooden shed in front of it. So that's the reason. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on the list is Susan Stetzer. She will be followed by Teresa Scavo. Susan Stetzer, I am going to be unmuting you now.
Okay, thank you. My name is Susan Stetzer. I'm District Manager for Manhattan Community Board 3. We have submitted comments on the rules that focus on problems encountered in the temporary program, and I would now like to focus on just a few. The previous problems encountered in the program were excused as a result of being a quick response to an emergency. That held true for the first year, but they should not be continuing to the present, and they have caused tremendous distrust. Our board has literally hundreds of dining sheds. Many are non-compliant on residential side streets. And aside from the aesthetics of these sheds that are now old and not maintained and homes to garbage and rats, they also block out sight lines of the streets, including businesses across the street. The new rules allow for 6-foot screens that will continue this problem. It may not be a problem in many neighborhoods, but in CB3, this creates dark canyons with the look of an encampment. There's often reference to outdoor dining in other countries. In the last 2 years, I've been in 2 other countries with outdoor dining. Both had portable chairs, seating, and barriers, and no amplified sound, and they were lovely. Enforcement is a priority issue. To this day, DOT is many months behind enforcing and seems to depend on a complaint system instead of agency inspections. I know DOT says they have agency inspections, but we don't see the result. And our community boards are burdened with many complaints we must forward to DOT and then wait for the long engagement process with the business and then many month backlog to enforce. The many problems that have been occurring are a result of a lack of enforcement by DOT. Especially with budget problems and hiring freeze, there's great concern about the ability to enforce DOT rules in the future. Communities want their local businesses to succeed. They are a benefit to the community and part of the community. It has not been acknowledged by DOT that community boards have not been at the stakeholder table to create rules that address issues in a balanced manner. Education and information must be greatly improved. Businesses must be educated that stipulations with the SLA are part of their state licenses and take precedent over city guidelines. And changes in guidelines which occur at any time must be publicized And all stakeholders must be part of this process, which has not happened in the past. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. The next speaker will be Teresa Scavo, followed by former DOT Commissioner Hank Gutman. Teresa, I am going to be unmuting you now.
Yes, good morning, all. I would like to begin by just saying Community Board 15 in Southern Brooklyn is 100% against this dining out New York City program. Why is the city of New York allowing restaurants this free ride to get more seating capacity while other stores are struggling to stay afloat? It seems like we're showing favoritism. Having gone through the entire proposal several times, I do not find any physical description of these sidewalk street sheds other than barriers. There seems to be every description of these barriers, orange, filled with water, height allowances. But I don't see anything about the physical structures themselves other than 40-foot maximum width, length, and between 8 and 10 feet in height. The hours of operation are too lengthy. Most of these sheds will end up being in residential areas. And you are talking on a Sunday night when people have to get up to go to work and children to school, to have noise out in the street till that hour of the night is ludicrous. 1 o'clock on a Friday and Saturday night is out of the question. And my biggest concern is enforcement. The city of New York is lacking in enforcement. These sheds will be operating. Just the fact of saying alcoholic beverages will not be served. We all know that's not going to happen. So in conclusion, we are totally against this proposal, any way, matter, or form. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. The next individual to speak will be Hank Gutman, former DOT Commissioner. I am going to be unmuting you now.
Thank you very much. And it's nice to see some familiar faces from my days at DOT, some of my former colleagues. Let me begin by congratulating my former colleagues at the DOT, City Hall, the City Council, all the various civic groups, business groups, et cetera, that have been working hard to try and make this program permanent and have been trying to address, although from the other comments, it sounds like there's still work to be done, the list of issues in terms of sanitation, safety, being a good neighbor, et cetera, which the permanent program has to address for it to be viable and for it to be fair for all New Yorkers. But we shouldn't lose track of the fact that a byproduct of the pandemic was that we discovered that New Yorkers love using our streets for different things between the Open Streets program and the Open Restaurants program. And they've been wildly popular, notwithstanding the fact that there are the issues that have been identified by other speakers. What I'd like to focus on today is two issues which I think need to be addressed for the program to be practical and viable going forward. First, one of the things you've done is you've made it a seasonal program rather than a year-round program. That is not a modest change like changing hours or days of operation. You are requiring the restaurant owners to tear down the existing structures every winter, remove them, store them, and put them back up in the spring. When the DOT tried to do that in my term, we found that we didn't have the resources to do it. So how do we expect the restaurant owners to do it? Again, a lot of smart people have been working hard on coming up with modular designs, things that are intended to make this more feasible. But I think it's pretty clear that we aren't there now. If the deadline for dealing with this were today. By next spring, most of our existing open restaurants would no longer exist. They couldn't do it. And there's no clear evidence that by the existing deadline, the industry will be ready to face this challenge. So I urge the agency and I urge the council to be mindful of this. If you have to revisit the deadline and delay things until the program is feasible, it's economically possible for restaurant owners to do what you're asking them to do, you have to do it because otherwise this isn't going to be a viable program for the long term. And to suggest that if you want a year-round structure, do it on the sidewalk rather than in the roadway is not a serious answer. We all know that the ability to have a sidewalk structure depends upon the width of the sidewalk. And there are lots of neighborhoods where the sidewalks simply aren't wide enough. And the various complaints you're hearing from neighborhood groups would only get worse if you force the restaurants out of the roadway and onto the sidewalks. When I was at the agency, we had a running debate with another agency about whether you needed 6 feet or 8 feet of clearance. We argued for 8 to accommodate wheelchairs, strollers, etc. The notion of moving it from the roadway to the sidewalk is not really a serious answer. So I urge you to be practical and realistic about this and to not implement the seasonal change until there is a good alternative that works for the restaurant owner. Second, the rules are not terribly specific about what form the structures can take. Again, second, all the comments on safety, visibility, etc. Those all need to be addressed. But it also has to permit structures that protect patrons and restaurant staff from the elements. If you don't do that, if it is, as some have suggested, just tables and umbrellas, it's not a seasonal program. It's more of a couple of months, as long as it doesn't rain, program where restaurants won't be able to predict their ability to function outdoors, depending on what the weather may be, even in the middle of the summer. So I urge you to take this common sense approach and make sure that whatever the final rules are as to the nature of the structure, they allow for it to protect patrons and restaurant employees from the elements. I mean, the bottom line here is if the program as finely structured doesn't work economically.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. The time is up. Please wrap it up.
If it doesn't work for the restaurants and the diners, the program doesn't work. And I would urge you, you have the potential to be remembered as the administration that made the open restaurant program permanent. Not, you don't want to be the folks who killed it. Thank you.
Thank you. The next individual on our list is Jesse Bodine. Jesse Bodine will be followed by Tammy Meltzer. Jesse, I am going to be unmuting you now.
Good morning. I'm Jesse Bodine, District Manager of Manhattan Community Board 4, and I will be providing testimony on the board's behalf today. Manhattan Community Board 4 reviewed the proposed rules related to Department of Transportation's permanent dining out New York's NYC program. While many of the proposed rules are positive and consistent with past sidewalk cafe rules and current interim open dining rules, we find important deficiencies in the areas of pedestrian safety and accessibility, transit riders, conflicts, procedures, and clarity in language and enforcement. We're asking DOT to revise those rules before implementation. This testimony is subject to ratification at the December 2023 MCB4 full board meeting. We've broken it up into about 4 sections. I'm going to read a bullet point from each section, and we'll be providing lengthier testimony by the end of the day. So there'll be significantly other details given for each section. So pedestrian safety and accessibility. A 3-foot service aisle must be required for sidewalk cafes in addition to the 8-foot pedestrian path, so to prevent operators from utilizing the pedestrian path for service. 3-foot distances in between abutting roadwalk cafes is insufficient in case of fire and other emergencies. And it should be made clear that what we call super sidewalks are not available for either sidewalk or roadway cafes, nor do they count to be in the clear path of calculations. Procedures and enforcement. The comment period provided for the community board's review are confusing and not viable. The comment period must be extended to 45 to 60 days, or the community boards will just be excluded from the review process. The proposed hours of operations are problematic for residential neighborhoods. The hours should be changed to 10 p.m. during the week and 11 p.m. during the weekend if residential units are located within 500 foot from the establishment. The proposed enforcement procedure is unclear and leaves much to interpretation, and it will lead to costly enforcement and uncertain outcomes for the public and the operator. And then finally, for clarifications, the material requirements for the roadway cafe should also be clarified, and terms like easily removable are seemingly ambiguous. And we were very afraid, as described, it will end up going back to some of the versions that we saw in the first program, which were less than desired. That's the testimony. Like again, I said that we'll be providing written testimony by the end of the day with much more detail. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. The next individual on the list is Tammy Meltzer. Tammy, I'm going to be unmuting you now.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Great. Good morning, Commissioners, and thank you for this opportunity. I'm Tammy Meltzer, Chair of Manhattan Community Board 1. As a board, we are committed to ensuring that our neighborhoods, including the Financial District, Battery Park City, Civic Center, and the historic districts of Tribeca and the South Street Seaport, maintain their unique character while adapting to the evolving needs of our community and handling the concerns of our constituents. We'll be submitting more lengthy written testimony this afternoon to fully encompass our detailed observations and comments. We believe our feedback will contribute significantly into shaping a dining program that's respectful of community character, mindful of public safety, and supportive of the vibrant local economy we long to restore. For this morning, only a few items. Clear paths such as the Financial District and the historic districts of Tribeca and much of our neighborhood have narrow streets that the DOT's pedestrian demand map categorizes as a global and regional corridor with high pedestrian volumes. In consideration of the objectives of a clear path and safety, we believe that 8 feet, definitely not 4, is not attainable on most of the historic narrow sidewalks. In these areas, limitations should be included for road bank sidewalk seating to prioritize and maximize pedestrian flow and safety. Furthermore, rules should mandate that the restaurant not use public pedestrian clear path for private business purposes. Using the clear path as a service corridor violates the spirit of the rules on clear path. We have a public health and safety crisis in New York City related to public restrooms. DOT must partner with DOB to paint more fixtures to accommodate the needs of public, ensuring that the total seating does not exceed DOB rules for seating capacity based on bathroom fixtures. The new dining program is 8 months. It is a majority of the year. It is not technically seasonal any longer, and the sidewalks are permanent. We need to ensure that there are public restrooms and restrooms for restaurant patrons. CB review process. The length of time needs to be adjusted to fit closer with our chartered mandated role. Under Local Law 121, community boards were cut back to 40 days. The public good is viewed with real process for community input, which should be 60 days minimum. In partnership and consideration, DOT should allow for an extension to review to accommodate and toll community board referral periods for applications received late June through August to avoid the periods when community boards are legally allowed to not be in session and therefore unable to solicit community comment and feedback. Lastly, Local Law 121 specifies 10 a.m. to midnight. Rules should not supersede local law, and there should be no options for 8 a.m. to 1 a.m. on, quote, some days. We urge DOT to return closing times similar to previous sidewalk cafe hours, which included 10 p.m. Sunday through Thursday, 11 p.m. Fridays and Saturdays, to respect mixed-use neighborhoods with residents. Lastly, rulemaking must acknowledge the role SLA plays in governing, serving, and selling of alcohol. DOT rules must not contradict state law and licenses. SLA licenses may have different hours for service that supersede DOT rules, and DOT must alter sighting locations to ensure people are not crossing traffic lanes with electric bikes, e-bikes, scooters, and bicycles to serve alcohol and endangering
me.
pedestrians. Thank
I'm
you so
sorry.
much.
The 3-minute time is up. Thank you very much for your
I
comment.
am done. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next individual on the list is Robert Camacho. I do not see Robert Camacho in the Zoom. If you are in under a different name, please send me a message and I'll make sure to circle back to you. The next on the list is Todd Shapiro. Todd Shapiro, I'm going to unmute you now.
Hi there. My name is Todd Shapiro. I serve on Manhattan Community Board 5 and chair the Open Restaurants Task Force. Our first areas of concern. We previously expressed the concern as to the legislation schema and whether it had the granularity to reflect fair market value for permanent consent fees. Specifically as to the rules, CB5 is concerned that the rates are not high enough given the budget issues confronting the city, the withdrawal of pandemic funding, and the need for DOT to build out its enforcement and administrative infrastructure. There is still nothing at first read in the rules as to a mechanism to recapture the increased rent charged by the landlords owing to the use of the public space, which was a concern in CB5's earlier resolution on this matter. We expressed concern regarding the rules and the set hours of operation, as they limit the ability and discretion of community boards to balance operating hours with what is suitable to specific neighborhoods during the review process. We recommend that the rules give consideration to a sliding scale of appropriate outdoor services on a case-by-case basis, taking into account all of the factors and context of the proposed outdoor seating areas. An environmental impact statement was called for by CB5 and its peer community boards to shed light on these critical needs. The absence of language in the rules as in the law remains a major shortcoming. CB5 again calls for an EIS focusing on neighborhood by neighborhood basis. CB5 expresses its concern that in a 4-year licensing period is too long. Should problems arise in the neighborhoods during the term, there should be more of an opportunity to revisit the issues. CB5 recommends a period to be 2 years. Bike lanes, the rules should be made mandatory for the site plan to reflect the presence of bike lanes between the outdoor seating arena and the curb and show that adequate buffer zones for patrons, servers, and cyclists are part of any submitted plan. In addition, CB5 strongly recommends that in return for the substantial benefit of the use of public realm, the licensees be required to give back amenities for public use, in addition to the fees for the license and consents. CB5 is on record as being in agreement with its peer community boards that additional amenities such as the use of licensee bathrooms for the general public. Julie Chow, my colleague in CB5, will be speaking specifically on these issues in greater detail in her testimony in this hearing. Areas of support, we generally support the making permanent the emergency program and the more equitable and widespread basis as evident in the rules. We support rules that make explicit that the licensees are responsible for maintaining cleanliness, prohibit trash storage, prohibit alcohol consumption without an SLA license, as well as smoking, excessive noise, calls for ADA compliance, and a 30-day non-use provision until removal provisions apply. So that's it in a nutshell. We have a more
Excuse me. Your time, your 3-minute time period has ended. Thank you very much for your comment. The next individual on the list is Stella Fitzgerald. Stella Fitzgerald, I am going to unmute you now.
Good morning. My name is Stella Fitzgerald, and I am one of the 5 speaking on behalf of Manhattan Community Board 2. I want to emphasize the importance of service aisles and clear paths in sidewalk cafes. These elements play a crucial role in ensuring the flow of pedestrian traffic and ADA accessibility. Service aisles, distinct from clear paths, provide space for the efficient movement of wait staff, maintain accessibility for individuals with disabilities, and prevent sidewalk congestion. The required 3-foot service aisle is what made the pre-pandemic Sidewalk Cafe program a success in Manhattan CB2. I urge you to revise the regulations to reintroduce a 3-foot service aisle separate and distinct from the clear path. Clear paths, on the other hand, define designated walkways for pedestrians to safely navigate around sidewalk cafes. These paths should be unobstructed and maintained at appropriate widths, as determined by the NYC DOT Pedestrian Mobility Plan. By ensuring the integrity of clear paths with separate service aisles, we are committing to the safety and convenience of all sidewalk users. In 2021, under former Council Speaker Johnson, I studied the effect of the temporary outdoor dining program on walkways in Manhattan CB2. Although the temporary program regulations called for a minimum of 8-foot clear paths, only 18% of the 300 sidewalk cafes that I surveyed abided by this requirement. In fact, 37% had clear paths under 5 feet wide. As a caregiver for someone who uses a wheelchair, I see how these narrow walkways make even simple daily activities, such as going to the grocery store, nearly impossible. Regular inspections and enforcement are vital to maintain the integrity of our sidewalks for all sidewalk users and ensure that outdoor dining establishments exist in harmony with our neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. The next individual on the list is Susan Kent. Susan Kent will be followed by Donna Rafferty. Susan Kent, I am going to be unmuting you now.
Thank you. My name is Susan Kent. I am the chair of Community Board 2. Community Board 2 has passed detailed resolutions on the proposed regulations for the Dining Out New York City program. These resolutions recommend a variety of revisions to the regulations so they are sensitive to the particular features and qualities of the communities served by CB2, which includes more sidewalk cafes and roadway dining setups than any other district in New York. Members of CB2 will speak on a variety of our concerns, but I want to focus on just one specific health and safety concern: the critical need for dedicated trash containerization sites. In addition to the added congestion and accessibility issues, neighborhoods with a high density of certified outdoor dining locations face an added burden with regard to the management of trash and waste disposal. The concentration of so many roadway dining setups in our district has resulted in stretches of roadway with back-to-back dining setups. These walls of furniture and structures leave no room for the proper placement of trash containerization, creating a serious health and safety concern. In many cases, the lack of designated spaces in back-to-back roadway setups has resulted in conflicts of use, causing the overflow of trash and limited access for garbage collection. This does much more than compromise the overall aesthetics and functionality of the surrounding streetscape. It raises serious concerns about cleanliness and hygiene. To address this conflict, it is critical to revise the regulations and require a site plan that includes designated areas for containers. By proactively planning for proper trash management, we can ensure these areas remain clean and accessible while minimizing any inconvenience to the businesses and residents nearby. Unless these regulations address this critical need proactively and with specificity, the communities we serve will face nuisance and health hazards that threaten to undermine the very opportunities that Dining Out NYC is designed to promote. No street activity should take precedence over public health and safety. I urge you to take proactive measures and enforce them to resolve street use conflicts related to the containerization of trash in areas with high volume roadway dining setups, particularly those with back-to-back setups. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next on the list is Donna Rafferty. After Donna Rafferty will be Valerie De La Rosa. Donna Rafferty, I am unmuting you now.
Hi, I'm Donna Raftery, and I am one of multiple people speaking on behalf of Community Board 2, Manhattan. There are 3 things I want to highlight today. First, the importance of service aisles. They need to be included within the sidewalk cafe area and allotted for in connection with roadway service in order to keep the clear path clear for pedestrian use as per the New York City DOT pedestrian mobility plan and furnishing zone free for its intended purpose. This is also necessary to allow for ADA access within the outdoor seating area and allows for wait staff to navigate efficiently and serve patrons. Second, in order to preserve the integrity of the clear path on the sidewalk adjacent to a roadway cafe, we strongly urge you to consider requiring sidewalk widths of a minimum of 10 feet in order for a street to be eligible for a roadway cafe. This ensures the minimum clear path requirement can be maintained on the sidewalk for pedestrian safety and wait staff. Lastly, we ask that no high top table be allowed in the outdoor dining setups and the service be to seated patrons only. I urge you to incorporate these points into the rules. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. The next individual on the list to speak is Valerie De La Rosa. I am unmuting you now.
Thank you. Good morning, Valerie De La Rosa, first vice chair and one of 5, speaking on behalf of Manhattan Community Board 2. Today, I would like to acknowledge the importance of maintaining clear pathways and the requirement of wait service for sidewalk cafes. These regulations are crucial for ensuring the safety, accessibility, and overall efficiency of sidewalk cafes in our city. By maintaining the clear path and specifically the 10-foot clear path on regional corridor streets with no waivers so that sidewalk cafes can coexist harmoniously with the pedestrians who use the sidewalks. It enables pedestrians to navigate the streets with ease and safety without any obstructions impeding their movement. This is particularly important for individuals with disabilities or mobility challenges, as well as families with strollers and senior citizens. Furthermore, the requirement of wait service for sidewalk cafes is essential for good order and cleanliness of the outdoor dining area. It promotes efficiency and enhances the overall atmosphere of the sidewalk cafe. I strongly urge you to adhere to the clear path requirements as outlined in the proposed rules and not allow any waivers to reduce the clear path unless the street previously had small sidewalk cafes based on the pre-pandemic sidewalk cafe program. Please read the Manhattan CB2 resolution. We strongly support outdoor dining and have suggested ideas such as exempting operators who had sidewalk cafe licenses obtained before March 2020 from Community Board Review for their initial 4-year license under Dining Out NYC. This exemption should apply as long as they maintain their current setup with no alterations to seating or layout from their submitted site plan that was recorded by an architect and have a clean record in the temporary program with no cease and desist orders as verified by DOT. Thank you for your consideration this morning.
Thank you for your comment. The next individual on the list is Julie Cho. Julie, I am going to be unmuting you now.
Hi, my name is Julie Chu, and I serve on Manhattan Community Board 5 and lead a public bathroom working group, which includes members from multiple community boards. CB5 passed a unanimous resolution in June that recommended the open restaurant program include public bathroom access in exchange for the use of our public realm. This permanent program will restrict the use of our public realm for public bathrooms, street furniture, and other competing interests. As the DOT knows, the city has struggled to find sites for the 20 automated public toilets for the past 17 years. From New York City's Open Restaurant GIS website, over 1,950 of the current 13,000 open restaurants occupy more than 800 square feet of our public realm. That's the size of a 2 to 3 bedroom apartment in New York City. We recommend that restaurants using our public realm over a certain square footage be required to open up their bathrooms to the public, recognizing they are profiting from our using the public realm for additional seating. Restaurants with a smaller footprint may be offered a voluntary program where their fee would be reduced if they open up their bathrooms to the public. We have studied the community toilet scheme in the UK and the net toilets in Germany, where retailers are provided a stipend by the local government to open up their bathrooms to the public. There are storefront stickers, neighborhood signage, and online maps and apps indicating public access to these bathrooms. These programs are successful in areas with several participants, ensuring access to bathrooms is distributed across multiple locations. Public bathrooms are more necessary than ever after the major public health crisis we just experienced. Our city is changing its goal to create a world-class public realm, along with the increase in delivery workers, require access to public bathrooms. We urge the city to implement solutions like this to improve the lives of our residents and the quality of our public realm. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. The next individual on our list is Charles from Manhattan Community Board 5. I am unmuting you now.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
My name is Charles Nye. I serve on Community Board 5 in Manhattan. These are my own thoughts. I'm not speaking on behalf of the board, just to let you know. I'm a blind person and I'm very concerned about the pathways, the sidewalks with these outdoor dining. Some blocks the sidewalks are too narrow. It works on others, but there are quite a few blocks that the sidewalk is way too narrow. And just to let you understand, when a blind person goes out with their cane, they rely on the building line to be able to navigate the sidewalk. They tap along the building. And the problem is these tables are an obstruction. There must be some way to make it easier for people who are blind or vision impaired to walk along the side of these cafes. I don't know if some sort of barrier or maybe some sort of tactile guideway could be affixed to the sidewalk or something like that. I am concerned also that the pedestrian traffic is brought down to single file. It's very hard, especially if you're a blind person who's being guided by a home health aide, to walk down these narrow paths. And I'm concerned about also wheelchairs too having issues. So really the pathway should be wide enough for two-way pedestrian, so that two people can walk. I'm really concerned about this because our lovely city shouldn't be inaccessible, and it really should focus on being accessible and not going backwards. I'm also concerned about the petition for this 4-year licensing. It should be brought down. I think personally yearly would be better. I'm also concerned about the hours of operation. Most restaurants, they stop serving around 10 or 10:30 p.m. So I'm not sure why on earth it's the operating hours want to be up to midnight or 1 a.m. So that seems really, really bizarre. So I'm really hoping that something can be done with accessibility to really help those who are in wheelchairs or those who are blind and vision impaired to be able to navigate the city. So thank you for listening today, and I really hope you guys can really focus on this point so that more people with disabilities can enjoy the city like everyone else. It should be an inclusive city. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. The next individual on the list is Andrew Ridgey. Andrew Ridgey will be followed by Kelly Carroll. Andrew, I am unmuting you now.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Andrew Ridgey. I am the Executive Director of the New York City Hospitality Alliance. We are an association that represents restaurants across the 5 boroughs. We reviewed in detail the nearly 30 pages of proposed rules and submitted for the record some very technical comments, about 4 pages of them for your DOT's consideration. What I'd like to say is we've been in this process from the very beginning. We know the thousands of restaurants and jobs that this program saved. We also knew that it was time to transition from this emergency program into one that is more sustainable and standardized. And listening to all the different comments, I know a lot of the concerns and things folks wanted were addressed in the law. And now focusing on the rule, many of the technical aspects are going to be addressed. And in our comments, we have suggested that many things are done to make the program so restaurants can comply. The program needs to be clear what restaurants can do, what they can't do, how they can do things. So issues like clearance. We've addressed that in our comments, but even the property owner consent forms, the petition forms, all of these different technical aspects of the implementation and management of the program are going to be critically important for its long-term success. Again, I'm going to leave it at that, but I just want to say that when it comes to the outdoor dining, particularly the roadway, there was a lot of debate about what these structures should and should not look like. And what we believe is that it is going to be outdoor dining, not indoor dining outdoors, but we do need to provide diners and restaurant workers enough protection to protect from the elements while still having an open structure that is not fully enclosed. And we hope the city really works with us, listens to all of our different comments as the comments from other folks as well, because we have seen outdoor dining can really help transform in many beneficial ways the city streetscape, help our small businesses, let the millions of people that dine al fresco in New York every year continue to enjoy it, as well as addressing many of the legitimate concerns residents and other community members have. And again, focusing on the technical aspects, because long-term, that is going to be what is so important. Many of the challenges and concerns you've heard from restaurateurs, as well as other members of the public, stem from a program that was always changing. Rules weren't always clear. And I think DOT put an enormous amount of thought into these rules. When I hear people on both sides of it not like what's presented, I think that must mean at least some of the stuff they got right. And I hope they continue to address a lot of the different comments that they receive here today, particularly
Your
those.
time is up. Hello.
Thank you very much.
All right, Jim. Yes.
Thank you for your comment. The next individual on the list is Kelly Carroll. Kelly Carroll will be followed by Kate Slevin. Kelly Carroll, I am unmuting you now.
Thank you so much for allowing my organization to testify this morning on the proposed dining out rules. The Atlantic Avenue, I'm Kelly Carroll. I'm the Executive Director of the Atlantic Avenue Business Improvement District. We are a nonprofit organization that promotes the long-term economic development of Atlantic Avenue from 4th Avenue to the waterfront. And we represent over 300 businesses in the vibrant neighborhoods and historic districts of Brooklyn Heights, Boerum Hill, and Cobble Hill. We reviewed the proposed rules relating to DOT's Dining Out New York City program and offer the following comments. Regarding maintenance, we request that cleaning the side of the roadway cafe that faces the traffic lane to remain under the auspices of the Department of Sanitation as it currently exists. Atlantic Avenue is a Vision Zero priority corridor and a mapped truck route. It is an extremely dangerous street for pedestrians, with 2 deaths due to cars just this past year, requiring restaurant staff to enter the street and clean 1.5 feet of the portion of the structure that faces the traffic lane will be imminently perilous to human life. While cleaning and maintenance of the sidewalk facing and sidewalls of the structure is a reasonable responsibility, the safety of workers and small business owners entering the street to oncoming cars and trucks is a major liability and requires serious reconsideration. Regarding lighting and electrical connections, the proposed rule states that no lighting connections shall be made to any city property. Atlantic Avenue is extremely dark, and many businesses have adapted to this condition by hanging string lights from their storefronts to extend over the sidewalk, often attaching to non-functional DOT-owned lampposts or city street trees. We are concerned that losing these string lights will negatively impact safety in our district, which has witnessed an increase in assaults and burglary this past year. To this end, we asked DOT to furnish prototypes of compliant outdoor lighting design beyond light fixtures attached to a building's facades in order to replicate this condition, in order to increase lighting and therefore safety on Atlantic Avenue. Regarding vertical screening, we request that the proposed rule be modified to also allow the option of vertical screening along the non-sidewalk sides of a roadway cafe, rather than the only section parallel to the street. Atlantic Avenue is a heavily trafficked corridor, and additional screening provides protection from vehicular traffic and the elements for restaurant staff and customers. Finally, we implore DOT to work with stakeholders on subsidized storage for roadway cafes in the required off-season to ensure that storage does not yet create yet another financial challenge for small businesses, and to please reconsider the landlord consent Many of these small businesses operate within buildings with either difficult landlords or absentee landlords, and they shouldn't miss out just because someone's not available or doesn't want to give permission for something they don't fully understand. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. The next individual on the list is Kate Slevin. I do not see Kate in the Zoom room. If you are in with a different name, please send me a message and I will circle back to you. In the interim, we'll be moving on to the next individual on the list. That is Debbie Farley. Debbie Farley, I am going to be unmuting you now. Debbie Farley, I am unmuting you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry. My name is Debbie Farley. I'm a member of QUP New York, and I reside in Sunnyside, Queens. I do not support the open restaurant program because it directly conflicts with residents' quality of life. The DOT should also seriously prioritize and consider the complaints and the comments of residents living in the closest proximity to multiple dining sheds. It is our lives that are the most adversely affected by the crowds, the garbage, the rats, and the noise generated by these dining sheds. I urge the DOT to make the following adjustments to the agency's rules. They're reasonable modifications, and they're also crucial for protecting residential neighborhoods, especially the ones with high concentrations of outdoor dining sheds. First, please reduce the hours of operation. The noise that is generated from these sheds is a serious public health issue. The statute allows for outdoor dining sites to operate 14 hours a day from 10 to midnight. Now the DOD proposes to extend operating hours from 8 to 1 on weekends. 17 hours a day of outdoor dining noise is unprecedented and unacceptable. This will only worsen noise issues in residential areas and subject residents to more hardships. Open restaurant zoning changes allow bars and restaurants to operate with open doors, windows, and facades, even in residential neighborhoods. There should be detailed restrictions on amplified noise from restaurants. Noise, once again, is a public health issue, especially challenging for residents living within a few feet of dining sheds. Eliminate the loopholes or close the restaurant windows, doors, and facades. Without waiver and without any exceptions, you must ensure a consistent minimum 15-foot lane width for emergency vehicle access. Public safety comes before restaurants, profits, and square footage. Clarify roadway setup designs. Both the statute and the agency rules fail to specify the legislation's intent that roadway dining setup must be removed in the off-season to allow street cleaning and maintenance. Clearly mandate the removal of roadway cafe structures seasonally, no exceptions. The setup for outdoor dining sheds cannot
Ms.
start.
Farley, your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. The next individual on the list is Bria Donahue. I don't see Bria in the Zoom room. If you are here, please send me a message and I will be sure to circle back to you. In the interim, we will be moving on to the next individual. That is Kathleen Riley Irwin. I am going to be unmuting you now.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kathleen Riley Irwin. I'm with the New York State Restaurant Association. We have been actively involved in the process of the temporary outdoor dining programs, as well as the transition to the permanent outdoor dining program. And we are so appreciative to DOT for getting together very thoughtful and timely rules and the opportunity to put together some comments on those rules as we've seen them. Overall, we feel that the considerations of both restaurants and residents have been weighed. And as some of my counterparts have said earlier, you know, it's a compromise when nobody is fully satisfied. That being said, one of the things that we wanted to address was the determination of the fee structure for the different zones, the sector fee. We have gotten feedback from a number of member restaurants located in Midtown, people who signed leases pre-COVID when the business lunch hour business was booming and have had to adjust to the new normal of ongoing limited office occupancy. For those restaurants and other small businesses in Zone 4, Sector 4, they are still struggling and do feel that they should have some consideration to the impact on their business that the pandemic has caused. In addition, we wanted to discuss the maintenance of the roadway area, the 1.5 feet from the side of the roadway cafes into the active traffic lane. We understand and find it reasonable that restaurants must be prohibited from discarding anything into the lane or allowing elements of their cafe to come loose into the lane, but we do not believe that daily sweeping or clearing of an active traffic lane is safety conscious for staff members of restaurants. We are also looking for a little more clarity on what will be considered easily removable when it comes to the materials portion, specifically for coverings. Umbrellas we find to be clear, but for coverings, we had understood that to basically mean self-supported tents, as in the illustrations that are published online. But we have heard a decent amount of confusion about whether harder roofing materials could potentially comply with the standards of easily removable. And we're just looking for some clarity on that so that restaurants don't spend time and money procuring or scoping out harder roofed materials that ultimately will not be approved by DOT. We also noticed that the rules suggest that temporary structures must be removed if not in use for 30 days or more, including during the winter. And we'd like to clarify if that's meant to capture this winter based on the timing of the rules. Given how reasonable DOT has been about the transition to the permanent program and the ability to keep up temporary structures until November 1st, 2024 at the latest, we would find that to be surprising and would ideally like that to not be the case, that it applied this winter. At the end of the day, we have
Ms.
additional
Irwin, your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. The next individual on the list is Nina Udice. I don't see Nina in the Zoom, so we'll be moving on to our next speaker is Dennis Fitzgerald. I also don't see Dennis Fitzgerald in the chat. Moving on to our next speaker is Suzanne Hopsfleisch. I'm going to be unmuting you now. Suzanne will be followed by Ken Coughlin, Kevin Henry, then Leslie Clark.
Good morning, everybody. I'm going to be quick. I'm Suzanne Hopfleischer on Kaya Wine Bar on 3rd Avenue between 90 and 91. We recently had to remove our shed because of the painting of bike lanes. We were initially told by the commissioner's office that it will be a couple of weeks. It actually took a total of about 5 months for these lanes to be completed. And as of yet, we have not gotten any direction if we could rebuild our shed for the remainder of the season, because as we understand it, as of November 2024, everybody has to take off their sheds for the season. Now, I don't necessarily have a problem with that, but I'm going to tell all of you that I'm currently paying more than $1,000 a month to store the components of my shed until I am allowed to rebuild. I'm also going to tell you that it's a lot of financial strain on my business. It's not like suddenly I can fire my staff because we don't have enough work for everybody, because I lost about 30% of my sales for the season. We are also the only restaurant on the block, but it has affected quite a bit of us on 3rd Avenue between 59th and 94th Street. All of us had to remove our sheds. So I'm not really particularly happy that we don't have any guidance about what happens to us in the meantime. It's not really fair that I get to build my shed and take it off again next year twice while everybody else just gets to do it once. Number 2 is I kind of feel like this is a long con of the city, because I don't think they ultimately want us to have the sheds anymore, which is fine, I guess, but every community board's needs are not the same. So I do feel like there should be more specific direction from DOT about specific rules for specific neighborhoods. I mean, like you all have heard, not all sidewalks are the same, not the sizes are not the same, etc. But most important for me is that I just really want to bring up here is, and I know I don't have a lot of time, but it's the fact that we don't have proper protection from the elements. It absolutely makes, these rules make no sense. It rains nine months out of the year. Where I am specifically located, there's a wind tunnel. Rupert Towers is directly across the street from me. There's a big wind tunnel. Third Avenue is a particularly busy corridor, as you know, as busy as 9th, probably, if not busier than 9th Avenue. So I don't really see how the current structure rules, it makes no sense that we can have any protection from the elements. We have a lot of older folk in our neighborhood and we're a very beloved restaurant. And I really need to implore DOT to please consider that we can put up some more not permanent, but semi-permanent modular walls. I'm sure we can work this out. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. We are going to circle back to someone who was earlier on the list who is now here. That is Andre. I am unmuting you now.
Thank you. And thank you to the Assistant Commissioner Craven and the New York City Department of Transportation for holding this hearing today. My name is Andre Soluri. I'm a licensed architect and the principal of Soluri Architecture. I'm also one of the co-founders of the Design Corps, which was a collaboration between the AAA New York, the New York City EDC, Design Advocates, and NYC by Design. During the pandemic, we mobilized an army of 100 architects to design outdoor dining setups pro bono for approximately 80 restaurants at risk across New York City who were struggling to survive the pandemic. Today, however, I'm here on behalf of AIA New York, which represents about 5,000 architects and design professionals in New York City. AIA New York strongly supports the Dining Out NYC program because it demonstrates how the city is reimagining the use of public space to improve the quality of life and create vibrant, safe, and accessible outdoor dining experiences. Because of this, AIA New York was thrilled to see the permanent program signed into law by Mayor Adams this summer, allowing for year-round sidewalk dining and seasonal roadway dining. AIA New York makes the following recommendations to improve the implementation of the permanent program. Recommendation 1, provide further clarity on design requirements for slopes, accessibility, alternative materials to fill barriers besides water, easily removable umbrellas and coverings, electrical connections, and the screening on roadway side of structures. Recommendation 2, host a design competition to give design professionals an opportunity to demonstrate the design possibilities of dining structures within the rules. This will not only show the potential for great design, but could also become a reference and guide for restaurant owners to use. Recommendation 3, clarify and restructure the timeline for applications, compliance, and removal. Decouple the application timeline from the compliance date. Restaurants should have the flexibility to apply for outdoor dining setups prior to the November 1st, 2024 removal deadline. This would allow approval and compliance setups to be built before the deadline without risk of demolition and waste. This would create an incentive for restaurants to submit their application to the permanent program early and would reduce waste while also giving the DOT a head start in evaluating applications prior to the start of the 2025 seasonal program. Recommendation 4, provide clear guidance for denied applications stating the reason an application was denied so restaurants owners can remedy and resubmit their application to comply with the program. This is similar to what DOB does. Recommendation 5, our final, add a section to the rules on the waste removal plan for the removal of temporary structures with the Department of Sanitation. For more information on our recommendations, you can find our full comments on the record. Thank you.
Andre, thanks.
Thank you for your comment. Next on the list is Ken Coughlin. Ken Coughlin, I'm going to be unmuting you now. Kevin Henry, Leslie Clark, and Laura Tenenbaum will follow.
Hello, my name is Ken Coughlin. I'm a member of Manhattan's Community Board 7, although I'm speaking only for myself here. Outdoor dining was one of the unexpected silver linings to emerge from the pandemic. The program has proved wildly popular, as Commissioner Gutman said, and was supposed to be made permanent. But decisions by the City Council and now by the DOT in these proposed regulations seem to be setting the program up for failure. As one restaurant owner told the news site Hellgate, if they don't really want outdoor dining, they should just come out and say it. First, the City Council greatly compromised the program's viability by making it seasonal. Now, the DOT's proposed structural requirements could complete the poison pill, guaranteeing that in the months that roadway cafes are allowed, diners will be completely at the mercy of the elements. Under the draft rules, roadway cafes cannot have fixed roofs to protect against rain, and vertical screening is allowed only on the cafe's street-facing side. New York City just experienced the wettest September in 140 years. If the new rules had been in effect then, outdoor dining would have been impossible during much of the month. Under normal conditions, there's an average 30% chance of rain between April and November in the city. The flimsy structures being proposed won't just affect restaurants' bottom lines. They will impact the thousands of New Yorkers like me who are at high risk if they contract COVID or who are in close contact with loved ones who are at risk. For these people, the pandemic is not over and will not be over for the foreseeable future as new variants continue to circulate. Outdoor dining has been a lifeline for those of us who strive to be COVID safe, allowing us to have a semblance of a normal social life. These proposed regulations threaten that lifeline, and to what end? At the very least, the roadway cafes should be allowed to maintain a roof and walls as long as one side is open to the sidewalk. As always, and this would allow for ventilation and would help retain heat and protect against wind and rain. And as one final note, if daylighting is going to be mandated for intersections with roadway cafes, shouldn't it be required for all intersections? Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. The next individual on the list is Kevin Henry. Kevin Henry will be followed by Leslie Clark, Laura Tenenbaum, and Maria Martins. Kevin Henry, I'm going to be unmuting you now.
My name is Kevin Henry, and I've been a resident of Manhattan for over 40 years. Currently, I reside in Gramercy Park. I think outdoor dining is a great idea. I used to live on the Upper West Side where there are many street cafes. If the intention is to turn Manhattan into the Paris of North America, I'm all for it. However, sheds in the street are a terrible idea, and every tax-paying neighbor I speak with agrees. Perception is everything, and quite frankly, the city looks like hell. New York is a world capital. It's the jewel of North America. It is a place that exudes glamour and excitement, and people all over the world dream of coming here. The restaurant sheds make the city look like a third world country. They are filthy. The majority of them are empty and abandoned. I had heard on the news that the city was going to have the sheds removed at the end of October and replaced in April. I was flabbergasted when I found out this law doesn't even go into effect until November of 2024. So we are doomed to have these eyesores for another year. When it comes time to institute the new requirements, how is the city going to police that? Will it be with the same efficiency they've been policing the more than 1,000 illegal cannabis stores that are still open around the city? I understand they are going to be standardized and are basically a deck with a railing in the gutter. Now we can sip $30 martinis and $20 glasses of wine while inhaling the exhaust and shouting over traffic noise in what is now the most expensive city in the world. The news has been filled with the debate about congestion pricing. The reason the city is congested is because the city has done everything to increase congestion and chaos in the streets. Broadway, a primary thoroughfare, is now effectively blocked from Midtown to the Village. Bike and bus lanes have been installed, reducing traffic lanes and adding to the chaos. Electric bikes filled with masked and hooded drivers race down the lanes and on the sidewalks while there is absolutely no police presence to combat this illegal activity. I ride a bike to work and can barely navigate the streets because they are so narrow, with the restaurant sheds wedging me between trucks and their outer walls, not to mention the scaffolding and constant construction everywhere. The number of parking spaces these sheds take up is incredible, adding to the congestion, along with the city bike stations and soon to be new garbage containers in the street. Why should restaurants get additional retail square footage provided by the city? How can you offer this to one business and not all businesses? Tourism, hotel occupancy, and midtown office space rentals are still not up to pre-COVID levels, which means the city's tax revenue is not either. I've traveled to several large European cities since the COVID restrictions were lifted. They're all back to normal with storefronts occupied, no graffiti, and no sheds in the street. Thanks to the mayor's constant whining, New York City now has a reputation globally as being overrun with migrants, crime, and rats, and little is being done to combat that perception. I often wonder, don't
you,
our
Mr.
city
Henry,
officials
your
walk the
time is
streets
up.
or ride the subways? Perception and messaging is everything. Looks count.
Thank you for your comment. We're moving on to Leslie Clark. Leslie, if you are in the Zoom, your name is not coming up, so please send me a message if you are here and we can go back to you. Moving on in the list is Laura Tenenbaum. I am going to be unmuting you shortly. The next individuals on the list are Maria Martins, Mary Evanshaw, and Norma Cole.
Hi, can you hear me at this point?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Oh, great. I have to say, I was so busy writing my written submission for later that I forgot to write what I was going to say, but I will try and do my best within the period given. All in all, the proposed rules seem to signal that the DOT has little interest in mitigating conflict among the needs of local residents and non-hospitality industry versus the eating or drinking industry, despite the fact that we cannot have a healthy functioning city without recognizing that eatery drinkeries can, left unchecked, have one of the most invasive, profound negative impacts on the life and well-being of the rest of us. I say this on the basis of 30 years of hearing about quality of life issues respecting operations of liquor licensees in the area below 14th Street, primarily Community Board 2, first as chair of the committee that heard SLA applications, and now more recently as a public member interested, member of the public interested in this issue. To the rules themselves, I'm just going to bullet point what I was going to submit. The hours of operation are way too long. Follow the precedent set by France's permanent outdoor dining rules. Outdoor dining should have a hard close at 10 p.m. People need to sleep, and so that they can be productive the following day, and that does affect the economy of the city. It's not as quantifiable as how many dollars in the till, but people's productivity at work is vital, and they need sleep for that. So that goes to reduce noise. There's a noise loophole that needs to be fixed. I'll go into it later. Removal of structures from December through March. Make it clear that they're being removed. You don't say that anywhere. You say they should be removable, but you don't say they should be removed. You just say they shouldn't be operating. Clarify the design of roadway cafe structures. All roofs and walls must be explicitly forbidden. Vertical screenings are problematic because they prevent, among other things, the ability to see other retail opportunities that are across the street. They also create a cavern-like walkway that many pedestrians try to avoid. I'm not going to go into everything. This is the end of my speech, but I just want to—
Thank you, Ms. Tenenbaum.
Okay.
Thank you for your comment. The next individual on the list is Maria Martins. Maria Martins, I do not see you in the Zoom. If you are here under a different Zoom name, please send me a message and we will circle back to you. In the interim, we are moving on to Mary Evanshaw. Mary Evanshaw will be followed by Norma Coate, Patricia Baccato, and Sherry Leone. Mary, I am going to be unmuting you now. Mary Evanshaw, I am asking you to unmute now.
Yes, hi, my name is Mary Evanshaw, resident of New York City for 44 years, president of West 73rd Block Association. I begin my statement with a disclaimer that by making recommendations here today, I am not in agreement with roadside dining, which is dangerous and significantly reduces the use of our already limited and essential roadways. It's not an equitable program, and our streets were paved for the people of New York. I agree with the gentleman before. We look like a third world country. It's a disgrace. I'm embarrassed. With that said, and while this program is still in place, I have studied the issues over the past 3 years and have 7 comments. I start with what is the single most crucial element in the operations of this program, namely a central website platform. The fact of the matter is that this program does not simply involve Department of Transportation. It touches on every agency and utility service, from sanitation to forestry, to landmarks, to Con Edison, to our fire department. It is therefore imperative that we have a central website platform, much like, if not the same as, Department of Buildings, where the status of permits, drawings, violations, oath dates, and reports on violations are all documented in one place. This provides a concise and global picture for agencies, as well as for the public transparency. Number 2, site plans must also designate the area within the frontage where establishments will place their garbage for pickups. Currently, all frontage is being used for tables and chairs, while garbage is being placed in front of neighboring buildings. This is not equitable. Number 3, lighting. It is important to state the words, no lights in trees. This is not legal. However, many establishments don't realize this, which has taken undue time away from our forestry division. Further, it has been stated that it must be stated that no lights or decorations are to be hung above our public sidewalk pathways. The clearer these guidelines are, the less problematic this program will be. Operating hours. This program is, in essence, hundreds of open-air restaurants with operating hours that simply do not consider its neighbors. Nor do these hours take into account the dragging and stacking of furniture for setups and breakdowns, which happens well before operating hours and well after operating hours. In short, operating hours in these guidelines must be cut back. Sidewalk cafes.
Thank you, Ms. Mary. Time's up.
Thank you for your comment. The next few speakers will be Norma Coate, Patricia Baccato, and Sherry Leone. Norma Coate, I am unmuting you now.
Hi, my name is Norma Coate. I want to make 3 points today. One has to do with roadway setups. One has to do with enforcement, and the last has to do with hours of operation. The roadway setup rules leave out something that I think is vital, and that is requiring that there be a clear pedestrian path on the sidewalk next to the roadway setup. We now require one outside a sidewalk cafe, but nothing beside a roadway setup. Yet the roadway staff uses those that space, and roadway setups are most often found where the sidewalk itself is too narrow for a sidewalk cafe. Well, oftentimes it's also too narrow for a clear pedestrian passageway. I live on a block where there's a restaurant with a 4.5-foot maximum pedestrian passageway beside it. And I've taken some photographs. I don't know whether you can see this. Can you see it? The staff uses this. You can see it's only wide enough for 1 person and 2 dogs, or 2 people side by side. I think the solution to this is very simple. Require that there be an 8-foot clear pedestrian pathway beside a roadside setup. And if there isn't 8 feet available, then prohibit the installation of a roadside setup there as well. This will benefit not only pedestrians, but residents, because the sidewalks are most likely to be narrow where in a residential area. So we'll cut back on the noise and other disruptions that you get. Now, my second point has to do with enforcement. The restaurant industry that operates on the sidewalk is notorious for there being scofflaws and recidivists as well. And enforcement has, the program we have now for enforcement has been highly ineffective. What we need is citizen enforcement mechanisms so that the citizens can be the eyes and ears of DOT. And a program similar to that used by the Department of Environmental Protection to enforce the laws against truck idling. What we need is a procedure for citizens to submit documentation of violations to DOT, and DOT have an obligation within a certain time frame to evaluate the evidence, decide whether there is a violation here, and start the enforcement proceedings. This would actually save money and labor for DOT. Finally, the hours of operation I would like to comment on.
I'm sorry, your time is up. She said.
Thank you for your comment. The next two individuals on the list do not appear to be in the Zoom. That's Patricia Boccato and Sherry Leone. If you are here and would like to speak, please message me on the Zoom chat, and I will circle back to you. The next individual to speak is Steve Lagoda, who will be followed by Stuart Waldman and Thomas Avalone. Steve Lagoda, I am unmuting you now.
Hi. Good morning, I think. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes.
Okay, thank you. So let me just get my video. Sorry. Okay. So Steve Lagoda, I'm an architect across the country and in New York State for 53 years. I've designed more than 2,000 sidewalk cafes in New York. I'm publishing a book on sidewalk cafes. I've worked with more than 3,000 restaurants in New York City. Many of the people who are speaking are colleagues and friends who I work with. I've had a ton of experience going to community boards, probably over 1,000 board meetings, and hearing all of these concerns. I'm very excited about the fact that we're doing this as a team, but there's a big divide here between certain people, ideas, etc. And I kind of feel that this kind of public forum is a good start, but that's not necessarily the way we're going to conclude it. I have all the people who have been speaking raise amazingly good points, sanitation, enforcement. DCA had 7 enforcement officers. They could never cover it. The rules were rigid. The rules were not rigid. We set up a group with Gretchen Dykstra when she was around at DCA, and we had the fire department, the building department, DOT to set up, and I was the instrumental architect in terms of small sidewalk cafes in New York City, and we captured it, and it worked. So it added more cafes throughout the city. I'm willing to, and I feel also that a lot of restaurant owners are going to be very, very it'll be difficult for them to do a diagram. Enclosures of the structures, there's so many issues to consider. I am absolutely willing to donate my time at will to sit with in-house face-to-face group to tackle some of these. Life is a series of compromises. We're not going to get a perfect solution here. But having maintaining the restaurant life when Andrew and others stepped up and got this done for New York City was wonderful. We got to keep this thing going. So I'm just asking if we could do more research, more meetings, more discussions, and come up with some valuable things for New York City. I've lived here since I was 10 years old.
Thank you for your comment. The next individual on the list is Stuart Waldman. I do not see Stuart in the Zoom. If you are here, please send me a message and we will circle back to you. Moving on to Thomas Avalone, who will be followed by Dave, Ethan, and Kristen Rizzo. I am unmuting Thomas now.
Hello.
Hi, we
Hello.
can hear you.
Oh, good. Hi, I'm Tom Avalone. I'm the Operations and Solutions Manager over at Nick's Bistro on Metropolitan Avenue and 72nd in Forest Hills. I was very impressed after listening to former Commissioner Hank Gutman. Kind of has his finger on the pulse of the action. One of the things that we have here at Nick's Bistro is we're on a non-revenue producing street, which means there's no parking meter. So we're not obstructing any of the income that the city is getting. We're also not on a main thoroughfare. We have our structure set up on 72nd, and there's no alternate side of the street parking over there. We took a lot of time and energy and effort, hired an architect and a design engineer to put together a structure outside, which is built with integrity and safety, and to withstand tremendous amount of winds in the event of any kind of unforeseen weather conditions. That would keep us free and clear from all of the wet weather, the snow, and all of the things of that nature. The tax revenue alone that would be generated from the sales of the increased sales capacity at our restaurant is first and foremost. We had to hire additional kitchen staff and wait staff, which if we were to take this down, and I heard a previous speaker talk about the amount of money that is being spent in order to store the structure on a monthly basis is exorbitant. So we would have to literally remove some of our best employees from our employment if we were to shut down for that November to March window of opportunity. And that's some of the best times that people do enjoy coming out to dine. We have heaters that are there to keep warmth. We have partitions to keep people safe and free from any of the COVID-19 outbreaks that may and will continue to happen, as long as what's going on with the upcoming flu season and going into full swing. So those are the items of concern to us, and the economy of New York, due to the increased spending for our products, is first and foremost. So we're in a neighborhood where we're looking out for the benefits of all of our customers that have been valuable to us for 14 years. We haven't received any complaints or comments. We do have people that are willing to want to go to bat for us. And I think each and every structure needs to be individually checked out based upon its own merit because of the construction and the location in which we are. I think it's a valuable asset, and we should be able to continue to keep it up for a 24/7 period of 365 days a year. And we abide by keeping sure that our neighborhood is safe with a CCTV camera system, which has been used to aid police in ongoing police investigations. Thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to speak. Have a most wonderful day and a happy Thanksgiving to all.
Thank you for your comment. The next individual on the list is Dave Ethan, who will be followed by Kristen Rizzo and Emma Culpert. Dave Ethan, I am unmuting you now.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. It's a real pleasure listening to everybody with their ideas and their concerns. I wanted to bring up one specific example of a city where it is working and everybody could go online and see. I have nothing to do with this company, but I admired their work. And listening to Steve Wagoda, I think we can design something for our city streets that would be beautiful and represent a brand new New York. Go on to Mod Street, where you can see outdoor structures designed from a material that's lightweight, but not wood. The rats eat through the wood. Oh, I failed to mention, I am a restaurant owner. Anything designed out of wood is going to be a problem in these streets. The rats just go right through it. But with the right design, I think we could address 90% of the concerns that I'm hearing in this room. Once again, for people who are wondering how we could get together on this, go to Mod Street. And they have these outdoor dining facilities that are easy to remove. They're elevated. where trash and debris can be easily washed away every single morning. They don't obstruct the views from across the street, and they allow for virtually everything everybody is asking for. That's all I've got to say on the matter. I just wanted to provide some insight as to what it could look like. Thank you very much.
Apologies, I was on mute. The next individual on the list is Kristen Rizzo, who I do not see in the chat. If you are here, please send me a direct message and I can circle back to you. Moving forward, the next speaker will be Emma Colbert, followed by Mickey McGee and Jacqueline Choi. Emma, I am unmuting you now.
Okay, thank you. Thanks very much. My name is, by way of introduction, my name is Emma Colbert. I'm a 20+ year resident of the Lower East Side of Manhattan, as well as the president of a longstanding block association called SPACE, which stands for Seward Park around Canal East. I'm raising my family, which includes my 2 teenage sons, my husband, and me. My children have lived here their entire lives. Our block association has worked diligently since 2006 to partner with numerous incoming food and beverage establishments and come to agreeable terms that serves all parties involved. This symbiosis has been obliterated as a result of the outdoor dining program. Prior to the August 2023 vote to permanently establish the program, we submitted in writing our strong opposition to the permanent New York City program and asked that Introduction 31C was not passed. As the current open restaurant program stands in both policy, procedure, governance, and enforcement, it violates the Smoke-Free Air Act, open container laws, and the American with Disabilities Act. I have much more background to give, and I have submitted it via email. So for the sake of time, I'm going to jump to the stipulations that we would like to see adopted. Outdoor dining must shut down latest 10 p.m. Midnight is absolutely egregious and predatory to those who live amongst the restaurants. Establishments that are strictly bars should not be granted sidewalk access. The 311 app needs to have a readily apparent choice on the main menu for reporting restaurants that are out of compliance. Currently, 311 is grossly negligent in its ability to easily lodge a complaint in regards to open restaurants or open streets. A comprehensive and bonus sanitation plan for streets that have outdoor dining on a closed street must be enacted. The city must run marketing campaigns to inform the public about their rights, restaurant stipulations, and how the program works. If the food and beverage establishment is on a corner, they must choose one frontage or the other and not both. If said establishment is on a closed street, there should be a maximum number of tables. No smoking at tables must be enforced with strict and heavy fines for non-compliance. Smoking at tables is rampant. Minimum yearly inspection for every establishment and spot inspections must be enforced. To echo Council Member Marte, 4 years is much too long for licenses, and roadway seating should go through the same process for seating as sidewalk seating. In conclusion, the negative impact on our community's quality of life and safety outweighs any potential benefits for the residents. The open restaurant program is predatory and unjust. The one-size-fits-all proposal for a varied and diverse city is ill-conceived. We implore you to level the playing field and curate an outdoor dining program.
Time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. The next individual on the list is Mickey McGee, who will be followed by Jacqueline Choi and Paul Vella. Mickey McGee, I am unmuting you now.
Thank you very much. Thank you for holding this meeting. As you just heard, my name is Mickey McGee. I'm a member of South Village Neighbors, a longstanding neighborhood group that is in a pocket neighborhood wedged between Soho and Hudson Square. Our neighborhood has been adversely impacted by this program, and we anticipate that the program moving forward will continue the ill effects we've experienced. In the interest of time, I'm going to summarize my comments very, very briefly and endorse those of prior speakers, including Councilmember Marte and the representatives from Manhattan CB1, Manhattan CB 2, 3, 4, and 5, and Queens CB 7, where Betsy Mack spoke. Reiterating their points on noise and operating hours, increased operating hours proposed in the DOT rules will only increase the problems with the program. At least stick to the rules in the statute. The actual hours should be, as the prior speaker said, no later than 10 p.m. On licensing periods, 4 years is way too long. The Sidewalk Cafe program gave 2-year licenses prior to the pandemic. Given the programs with this program, 1 year makes much more sense. On pedestrian access, I strongly underscore the importance of the 3-foot service lane to ensure a pedestrian clear path. And I applaud the DOT for the exclusion of tree beds from clear path measurements for the health and safety of our urban forest system, of the tree roots of those trees. We have many tree beds in this neighborhood that are trampled by people who can't get around sidewalk cafes. On community board review times, the lack of time for community board review on sidewalk cafes during the summer recess months are absolutely unfeasible, and that needs to be addressed. And the lack of any effective mechanism for reviewing roadway setups is a disaster. It's a recipe for disaster. Please fix that. I understand that's in the statute, but you could work to have that fixed. Get professionals to do the plans for outdoor dining setups so that there is some accountability. On restroom capacity, we endorse the CB1 proposal that the capacity be consistent with the number of patrons of a restaurant. And we also endorse what CB5 proposed in terms of restaurants, making restroom space available as a public amenity. On the fees for the program, the fees proposed in the statute are 83% lower in most cases than in the former Sidewalk Cafe program. That's ridiculous. In an economic crisis where budgets are being slashed by billions of dollars, this makes absolutely no sense. Finally, on street sweeping, with an 8-month roadway program, street sweeping will be impossible. We need to do what they're doing in Paris. We need to have roadway setups removed every night. If you need a forklift or a backhoe to remove it.
Thank you for your comment. The next 2 individuals on the list are Jacqueline Cho and Paul Vella. I don't see either of you in the Zoom room. If you are here under a different name, please send me a direct message and we will circle back to you. Moving on to our next few speakers will be Alan Anderson, Shamika Rosario, and Maria Gonzalez. Alan Anderson, I am unmuting you now. Alan Anderson, I am asking you to unmute now. Alan Anderson, I'm not sure if this speaker is having any sort of technical difficulties. If you are, just send me a message once you have it figured out and we will circle back to you to make sure that you can provide your comment. Moving next on the list is Shamika Rosario, who I do not see in the chat. If you are here, send me a direct message and we will circle back to you. Moving next on the list is Maria Gonzalez, who I also do not see in the Zoom. If you are here, please send me a personal direct message on Zoom. Lucinda Sterling also does not appear to be in the chat. Lucinda Sterling, if you are here and would like to speak, please send me a message. Moving next to John Bonsignor, who I also do not see in the Zoom. If you are here, please send me a chat. Moving next to Brendan Fitzgerald, who also does not appear to be in the Zoom. If you are here, please send me a direct message. SV Seaborn is the next individual on the list, who also does not appear to be in the Zoom. J.R. McKenchny Jr. is the next individual on the list, who also does not appear to be in the Zoom. For any of the names that I just read, if you are here under a different name, please send me a direct message and we will make sure that you are that you were provided with your opportunity. Kevin Kui is the next individual on the list, who I also do not see in the chat. David Rosenberg is the next individual. I see an individual with just the name of David. If you are David Rosenberg, please send me a chat and I will unmute you and we'll circle back to you. I see in the chat that Joseph is here. So I'm going to be unmuting you now. Thank you for sending me the message.
Good morning. Thank you. My name is Joseph McKechnie, also known as J.R. McKechnie. I'm an attorney in New York. I represent a landlord that owns a number of retail and mixed-use properties in the city. I would like to echo much of the commentary that I've heard before about the negative impacts of roadway cafe sheds. I'd like to remind us all that these sheds were first put in place as a stopgap measure at a time when restaurants were not permitted to have a certain amount of density within their premises. And so this was viewed as a way to allow them to continue to at least approach their customer load. In the long term, what's happened, at least what we've seen, is that very, very small restaurants, for example, that have almost no seating now suddenly have 2, 3, 4 times as much seating available to them, with all the negative impacts that have been talked about so far. So as a threshold matter, the sort of underpinning rationale for these sheds really doesn't exist in a meaningful way anymore. There's a few other operational realities that haven't been discussed much. Reduced parking certainly has been talked about. I haven't heard anyone talking about how difficult it is now for delivery and garbage pickup vendors to service the properties that are impacted by these sheds. And all the negative impacts impact not only the people around, but who are living in buildings nearby, with reduced property values, reduced rents, certainly potentially over the long term. Lower property values for landlords certainly means lower property taxes for the city. This is all sort of a windfall for tenants that was never really contemplated prior to the pandemic. Certainly sidewalk cafes are and have been around for a long time, and certainly my clients' retail leases deal with that. It's unclear whether or not restrictions that a landlord can impose on sidewalk cafe use apply to these roadway cafes. Certainly there is an ally that the city has from an enforcement point of view in landlords who have a very strong incentive to make sure that outdoor seating, whether that's happening at a sidewalk cafe or in a roadway cafe, is done properly, safely, with a minimum of impact, hopefully, on residential and other tenants in particular properties, as well as passersby. We also see, in addition to vermin use, these roadway cafes are sometimes used as housing, unfortunately, as well as places where people can and do use drugs. So the fixes from our perspective is, first of all, the roadway cafe rules, if they're not abandoned altogether, which is probably the right answer, but if they're going to go
sorry,
forward,
your time is up. Sorry.
It's okay.
Thank you for your comment. We're going to circle back to a few individuals whose names were previously called. The first is Alan Anderson. Alan Anderson, I am unmuting you now.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, hi.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Alan Anderson. I'm a registered voter who's lived in Manhattan, Brooklyn, or Queens, worked and lived here for over 35 years. I'm speaking today on behalf of the restaurants throughout New York City that I think will be affected by the proposed rules that are being established by the DOT with the new Dining Out New York City program. I can honestly say that I don't own a restaurant, and I must admit that I usually cook at home. So I don't have personal experience about all the problems that these new rules will create. But if you've already heard from many people, and you'll hear more today, all those restaurant people who are out there in the trenches every day, giving their blood, sweat, and tears to try to make their restaurant a success, or at least try to keep it afloat. I know they have the skills, the insight, the experience, and the passion to describe just how limiting and counterproductive the new rules will probably be. Many of them have told me what the rules will do to their business, and I believe them. I hope that you will believe them also. But even if I don't have experience in running a restaurant, as a lifelong New Yorker, I do have experience in always trying to keep my ear to the ground and know about the reports, statistics, and analyses that describe what helps or hinders life in New York. Some of the statistics that I can relate to that are very pertinent for our discussion today involve the theater industry, especially as it compares to the restaurant industry. It's interesting to note that the average person probably thinks that all of the glitz and glamour of the star power of Broadway makes it a much bigger, more positive, impact on the revenue and job creation that the city has. But the bottom line is the restaurant industry is actually a much bigger and has a much more positive impact on the city, its revenue, and its employment possibilities. According to recent numbers that were reported in Forbes magazine, Broadway generated $14.7 billion in the pre-COVID era of 2018 and 19, and they provided jobs for 97,000 employees. And in that thriving environment, most theaters enjoyed an average profit margin of about 11%. During that same period, the restaurant industry had a much bigger impact on the success of this thriving city. It generated $26.9 billion in revenues and provided jobs for 315,000 employees. But unlike the average Broadway theater, the average New York City restaurant is constrained by a much smaller profit margin of only about 3 to 5%. Of course, both the industries were crushed by the COVID pandemic, but both have rebounded and both expect to produce the same kind of revenues and employment opportunities going forward that they did in the pre-pandemic halcyon days. But in the face of this important comeback, I'm wondering why the DOT or any city agency would propose rules that would in any way hurt the success of either of these gigantic two industries. Why would the city ever consider proposing rules that would force theaters to not provide heat in the winter or AC in the summer for theaters? No. Would they ever propose rules that require theaters to operate with reduced sound or diminished light? Of course not. Would they propose having less bathrooms as a way of saving water? Ridiculous. These ideas, of course, are preposterous. And would
Sorry,
certainly...
Mr. Anderson, your time is up.
All right, there we go.
Thank you for your comment. We are going to circle back now to Jackie, who was previously on the list. After Jackie speaks, the next individuals will be Chef Nikki and Onsroy Williams, Charlotta Johnson, and Nikos Plagos. Jackie, I'm unmuting you now.
Thank you. I am the Director of Operations of a restaurant in Manhattan's Two Bridges neighborhood. We'll try to keep this quick. There's mainly 2 points which have already been voiced by others. One being that the proposed seasonality of outdoor dining is very difficult for restaurants to follow on a practical level. Building and breaking down an outdoor structure on an annual basis and
I think Jackie may have dropped off. I'm going to admit her again and unmute. Hi, Jackie, I saw that you dropped off. I'm going to unmute you again.
Thank you. Sorry, an incoming call just knocked me off. But just
No
to
worries.
keep it going, so building and breaking down an outdoor structure on a yearly basis and also storage is just a prohibitive cost, not to mention that because the storage cost is so high, many restaurants will be forced to basically discard and trash the outdoor structure on an annual basis, which I'm sure will put a huge strain in terms of trash disposal, not to mention that it's just a waste. And I agree that it's true that there are many outdoor patios in the city that look abandoned or not being put to use. And I agree that there should be a way to keep these in check and that they shouldn't be just taking up space in our busy streets. But for restaurants that are maintaining and using their outdoor patio in a productive manner, I would love to see an option to maintain the patio year-round. Also, because the dining program was announced to become a permanent program in the city, many restaurants have already
Sorry,
invested.
Jackie, I'm sorry. It's time. Your time is up.
Thank you. The next individuals on the list are Chef Nikki and Onsroy Williams. I'm going to be unmuting you now.
Good morning. I am an independent small business owner. We own a small cafe / restaurant in the Brooklyn, New York area. This has been trying for us. We actually opened October 8th of 2021. So we opened in the pandemic with all of the expectations of what it would take to run a restaurant, with the expectations of success or failure. We just knew that we were willing to put in the blood, sweat, and tears to make this thing work no matter what. Once we saw all of the outdoor dining, we got very excited. Majority of our clientele, they are locals within the area. We are now being discovered through social media from people near and far. It's been amazing. With that being said, we got approved to build our shed July 18th of this year. We got construction started on the 26th of July of this year, completed construction August 21st of this year. We had gotten inspected last month. We were told we needed to add more reflectors. We did so. Everything else, we made sure we followed by the guidelines, and we expect to upkeep and maintain this shed with the investment that we made, especially throughout. You know, if it needs to be painted, if it needs more reflectors, if we have to put more mesh at the bottom to keep the rats from going underneath the structure, whatever it takes is what we're willing to do. We've already invested over $20,000 to construct this unit that we actually didn't have. But we are, you know, dedicated to also taking direction. We're open to following rules. We have 20 seats inside currently in our establishment. We have 3 seats at our bar, and we have 14 seats on our patio, which of course can't be used at the moment because it's freezing. But with this outdoor shed, we have not used it since construction because the minute it got completed, the temperature dropped. You know, it's been very trying. We're now looking to add heaters, put up doors, sliding doors, all of these things to enhance the experience and to enclose the shed a little more so that people can sit in a warm environment. But with this thing just up in the air, it's like, do we want to continue to pour thousands of dollars into a structure that we may have to tear down? It is not, we can't manage the cost to break down and reassemble yearly. Staffing cuts and rehires, it's not possible. Is there ever a time when someone comes in and says, hey, are you hiring? And we say no. We're constantly taking applications and we want to do so, but tell us what we need to do to continue operating with walls, windows, doors. Appreciate you.
Nikki, thanks.
Thank you for your comment. The next few individuals on the list to speak are Charlotta Jansen, Nikos Plagos, and Carter Booth. Charlotta, I am unmuting you now.
Hi, I'm Charlotta Jansen. I own Chez Oscar. One second. Here. This is Chez Oscar at 310 Malcolm X Boulevard in Brooklyn on June 25th, 2022. Buckets of rain. Business continues smoothly despite the weather. Pedestrians seek shelter. 24 minutes later, the sun comes out. Business continues. Canopies make this possible. Without them, it is miserable. Canopies protect customers, staff, pedestrians, and those on wheels, making wind, rain, and snow even enjoyable. They also make for consistent capacity and reliable jobs. Can you see it? Please, at Oscar, we put a lot of thought and EIDL into them, considering factors such as cost, durability, sightlines, noise reduction for tenants above, maneuvering around obstacles like tree pits, rainwater runoff, and aesthetics. We also have successfully built 5 canopies for neighbors: Amway Eatery, Secret Garden, Zaka Cafe, DSK, and La Nacional, all of which have stood the test of time and remain open today. Please watch the videos showcasing real-life events that we face daily in my extended written testimony. Traditional awnings and umbrellas depicted in DOT schematics won't work when it comes to rain, wind, or snow. 2022, we experienced 129 rainy days, accounting for approximately 1/3 of the year. April was the windiest it has ever been, and we can expect more extreme weather in years to come. During these events, we still have rent, utilities, vendors, staff, and ourselves to support. And right now, inflation is killing us. Relying on flimsy awnings and umbrellas will make operating consistently impossible. Removing our setups without considering their efficacy will ultimately kill the progress made by this program and punish those of us who stepped up. Since 2020, the program rules have undergone numerous changes. Most make sense, but the proposed rules for permanent sidewalk dining, but the proposed rules are not only detrimental for jobs and revenue, but also unsafe. We all agree, curbing bad actors and removing dilapidated sheds are key, but don't kill the whole program over it. Most of us are compliant, and 10% of New Yorkers rely on jobs in our industry. We need consistent capacity. DOT, I know you worked hard for this program. Please include canopies and clear covers in final regulations because they work and have worked through all your storm warnings since 2021. If you ever worked in the restaurant industry, you know umbrellas get knocked down and awnings tear up. Canopies with light, clear covers, on the other hand, offer a reliable solution. Please allow for community board reviews for compliant outdoor dining that want to grandfather in their setups. Many canopies have been thoughtfully designed with their communities in mind and deserve the opportunity to continue serving their purpose. Canopies.
Thank you. Time's up.
Thank you for your comment. The next individual on the list is Nikos Plagos. I am unmuting you now. Nikos Plagos. Yes, I can hear you. Great, thank you.
Hi, I'm Nikos Plagos, and I have a restaurant in Midtown West, right by Carnegie. And I'm also in the construction business. And after seeing the results of these outdoor sheds and the outdoor patios and listen to everyone's comments that are coming back and forth, I put together a little presentation which I'd like to propose at some point moving forward, because I don't know how hard of a stop after this, I guess, town hall it is, that I've put together through an engineering firm how we can create a structured unibody out exterior cafe that people will be able to pick up and remove, and also make them accessible and also adjustable to the actual location of where they're set and removed after 8 months. Basically, it'd be protected, would be able to create. I've had engineering factors with a 6-inch barrier, 3 walls on all 3 sides of the barrier, with adjustable corners, so that the unit is actually leveled and cleared on the bottom, so that you have full access for all safety purposes, for all health purposes and cleaning and just everything that's required. I think that, but in order, I also live in Midtown. So for safety purposes and not having any of the migrants walking around and, having an encampment. As a matter of fact, this morning, I walked out of my building on 6th Avenue, and there was a new encampment outside of my building that I walk by every morning with my 7-year-old son, that I saw them. 53 years is my age, and I've never seen people shooting up drugs, and I saw them shooting needles on 6th Avenue and 56th Street. Okay, so I think that these units are a plus. Businesses need them. Everybody should help. It's Midtown. People come from all over the world to come to New York. They want to dine. They want to have a safe environment, a protected environment, sanitary environment, fireproof, and enclosed for nights, so that people don't go and make it their encampments. So, based on that, I wish we could further this conversation. I'd, love to know where and how we can make this happen, because I think that being able to lift it, remove it, replace it, and also have accessibility for all utilities, Con Edison's, fire departments, water accessibility, enclosed, covered, and full windows, full opening, ADA capability. I know what is required because I'm on both sides of the fence. I'm on the hospitality end, and I'm also on the construction end of it, where I think that everybody has to help, because I don't know about other areas, but Midtown, New York City.
Thank you. Time's up.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next individual on the list is Carter Booth, who will be followed by Mark Diller and Anna Packman. Carter Booth, I'm unmuting you now.
Good afternoon. Carter Booth on behalf of Manhattan Community Board 2. Outdoor dining has always been vital to CB2's community. Pre-COVID, we had 217 sidewalk cafes. Today, we have over 1,000, the 500% increase, the most in the city, and it worked with very few complaints pre-pandemic. CB2 has been in it since the beginning. Previously, over 99% of sidewalk cafes were approved by CB2, and the small modifications were usually over a few tables and chairs. Those issues were caught during community board review. It worked because the applications included detailed diagrams, specific table and chair counts, and designated service aisles, which kept clear paths open. Those service aisles should be put back in the rules. No sidewalk cafes were denied because of weaponized LPC regulations. CB2 also has the most historic district. It worked because of a strong rules and regulation structure that reduced conflict through clarity, transparency, and accountability to accurate submissions. Reduction in conflict is key to a good program in a dense area. That is easier to achieve when there is agreement and complete clarity on the setup and the rules. This means no rule exemptions. Exemptions will create significant conflicts as a result of shoehorning in non-compliant outdoor dining. This is critical in densely licensed areas. Real-time evening and weekend enforcement needs to be responsive and result in fast correction to conform to the licensed plans, or there should be fines. Everyone knows 3 strikes and you're out. The new rules are not complicated and compliance should be the overwhelming norm. During COVID, 93% of the outdoor dining in CB2 operated out of compliance with DOT's guidelines, according to a survey by Speaker Johnson's office. 311 shows the increase in complaints with slow or no results and an enormous drain on city agencies and residents' time. MEND does not bring results. Enforcement does. We as a city can do better and resources can be better utilized if the rules are designed to be followed. In residential areas, we hope the rules are amended to be more sensitive to ground floor residential units that have non-conforming businesses next door. If not, it's not fair to stick 30 people outside your ground floor apartment window. It's not fair that you can reach out and almost touch someone eating outside your apartment window. We need bigger buffers to ground floor residents and entryways. Please review CB2's written submission for all our recommendations of the proposed rules for sidewalks and roadway. We welcome DOT reaching out to us to discuss further. And last, please no TVs in any outdoor dining. The narrow streets aren't the right place for roadway cafes with 15-foot travel lanes. It's not safe for bicyclists like myself to ride with cars that cannot safely pass us. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next on the list is Mark Diller, followed by Anna Packman and Wing Huang. Mark Diller, I am unmuting you now.
Good morning. Good afternoon, excuse me, and thank you for the opportunity to testify. I am the district manager of Community Board 2, but I'm speaking to you today not in that capacity. They've already been very well represented, as you just heard. I'm here instead as the co-chair of the Transportation Committee of Community Board 7 on the Upper West Side of Manhattan. I want to jump right into a couple of things that are highlighted in our detailed written submission, which I believe you've already received. The way which we presented our submission is to interlineate right in the regulations those changes that we think you should consider. And we did it in the spirit of trying to cut to the chase of those things that are essential to making this program more effective. The first has to do with the needs of the components of the site plan. The site plan effectively calls for a plan, a map, but it needs to address the issue of, as Mr. Henry and Mr. Vagoda and others have mentioned, the appearance from the street, the curb appeal, if you will, of our districts are going to be highly impacted by the appearance of these sheds. And so there should be templates and prototypes that are created that have materials and design and all of the elements that are necessary to make them an asset rather than an eyesore. The site plan should also, as was previously testified by others, include the reality of the containerization of our trash. It's got to go somewhere. It's got to find its way to the curb. The site plans need to make that clear. We also need to streamline the processes by which non-compliant sheds can be removed. Our written submission has very specific ideas about that. The one that I want to call to your attention here is that a non-compliant shed, according to these rules, would need to be removed by sanitation or DOT and then stored for 30 days. This essentially ensures that none will ever actually be removed, because who has the space to store these things and wait for somebody to either come along or not come along and claim them? So that provision needs to be eliminated. Certainly there should be due process. Certainly should be an opportunity to be heard about whether or not you're non-compliant. But once that determination has been made, it needs to be removed. Finally, there is no way that community boards are essential to this process. And there's no way that a community board can be heard on an application, let alone 1,000 of them in CB2 or 700 of them in CB7 on a 30-day turnaround. It takes at least 45, if not 60 days to get through the process. I thank you for hearing me.
Thank you for your comments. The next individual on the list is Anna Puckman, who will be followed by Wing Kwong and Preston Marshall. I am unmuting you now, Anna Puckman.
Hi, my name is Anna Packman, and I'm here in my personal capacity. I've been a resident of New York City for almost my whole life. I am a foodie, and I'm a person with a disability. I use a wheelchair to get around, and like thousands of other New Yorkers, I am at high risk for COVID-19 complications from the still very much ongoing pandemic that is not over. 1,000 Americans are dying from COVID, direct cause every week, actually. So for me, outdoor dining has been a lifeline. We know the virus doesn't spread as much outdoors, and this has been the only way that I've been able to socialize with friends, with family members, with colleagues, and to have some semblance of a social life without which I would face near complete isolation. As we've heard from the restaurant owners and the industry, the new rules would make it pretty much impossible for the high quality outdoor setups that allow us to eat outdoors year round to continue to exist. Some simple solutions to that is allowing roadway dining that is enclosed on 3 sides and not completely enclosed, because that doesn't really help anyone. It still allows open air, and there should be solid roofing to protect from the rain year round. Something that I will point out, the Americans with Disabilities Act guarantees that everyone, including people with disabilities such as myself, such as thousands of New Yorkers, have equal access to governmental and public accommodations, and allowing outdoor dining year round is pretty much an ADA accommodation that I and thousands of others with disabilities need. Making the program workable for restaurants year round would ensure that we get these accommodations. No other part of the ADA goes to sleep for 4 months out of the year for anything else, and this should not either. I would also urge the DOT to add details on what ADA requirements mean. Many people in many areas simply do not know this and would benefit from a plain English specific interpretation of what it means to make a space ADA accessible. And I very much agree with going above and beyond the ADA to ban all high tops, as was suggested, as those are completely inaccessible to wheelchair users like myself and a host of others, including elderly people and people with young children. Interestingly enough, people have brought up ADA as an issue, which is very valid. You know, we should have enough space on the sidewalks. But as someone who uses a pretty large power wheelchair, I will tell you that I have rarely encountered outdoor dining as a barrier for moving around the city. I can count the cases on one hand, and it was no more than a minor inconvenience where I had to wait a minute for someone to move or to move something. On the other hand, many restaurants are in older buildings and have significant architectural barriers that made wheelchair access difficult or impossible for me before outdoor dining. And with restaurants outdoors, I can just pull up like anyone else without making half of a crowded dining room get up or go through busy kitchens to get to my table if I can even get in at all. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. The next individual on the list is Wing Huang, who I do not see in the Zoom. If you are here, please send me a direct chat and we will circle back to you. Moving forward, we will go to Preston Marshall and then Stuart Waldman, who was earlier on the list but appears to be in the Zoom now. Preston Marshall, I am unmuting you now.
Hey everybody, I'm Preston. I'm a resident in Sunnyside. I just want to take a note and say that I support the dining in the street, sheds or whatever people want to call them. And there's a couple of businesses in my neighborhood that really could not exist without those. And if you go there, especially during nice weather, you'll see that they're very popular and people love going to them. At the same time, I think the DOT should recognize that those people are not here today. I'm like a regular resident. I'm unaffiliated. I don't have anything special about me. I just like open streets, open dining, and I want that to stay around. And I'm really concerned that, in particular, the temporary nature of these rules and the program as the council has made it basically are the death of this program. It's called permanent, but forcing businesses to tear down their existing structures, which they already paid tens and $30,000, $40,000 to build, and then build new ones to like mutable rules that are constantly changing, which there's not like a chosen design so far. And then on top of that, having to pay to tear down the existing one, and then to store the sheds in the off season. Like all of this basically is not possible for a small business to fund on top of that. And in my neighborhood, we're really struggling a lot with businesses closing. We're seeing smoke shops open up on every corner. Nobody likes those, like I don't want to see my favorite restaurants in my neighborhood in Sunnyside and also in Jackson Heights, which I like going to, close down or have to lay people off. And nobody should want that. And I think that that's like a pretty clear desire. Also recognizing that different parts of the city have different needs and that the process should accommodate all of that. But really focusing on the temporary aspect of it, we're not in a zero interest rate environment anymore. We don't have PPP loans for businesses to get free money from the federal government. Like this is going to cause businesses to close in the city if it goes through like it is. And while DOT is not in charge of all of this, there are people here that can talk to their counselors, and I plan to talk to mine who was on the panel that approved this. And I would encourage others to do the same. Thank you. Also, there's a little timer in the top right-hand corner that you can see if anybody else wants to use it. Cheers.
Thank you for your comment. We are circling back now to Stuart Waldman, who was earlier on the list. Stuart will be followed by Kate Hillard, Chad Horner, and Robbie Friedman. Stuart, I am unmuting you now.
Thank you. My name is Stuart Waldman. I'm one of the hundreds of thousands of residents of this city who live on blocks that have these 13,000 outdoor dining locations and whose quality of life has been severely impacted by them. I'd like to give testimony about the specific rules you have. One rule has nothing to do with being a resident. It has being a human being, and that's allowing outdoor heating. A single outdoor heater is an unsustainable luxury in a world spiraling towards climate catastrophe. Tens of thousands of outdoor heaters, which will be allowed in this rule, would be unthinkable. As testimony to this, France, which is the birthplace of outdoor dining, and where outdoor dining is much more critical to their economy, has banned all outdoor heating in cafes because of the climate crisis. New York declared a climate emergency in 2019. If they're serious about this climate emergency, we must have a rule that bans outdoor heating. The second is allowing waivers and exceptions in the rule that requires a 15-foot emergency vehicle. Waivers are an invitation to put political pressure on first responders to change their mind. Either an emergency vehicles need 15 feet or they don't. No waivers, no exceptions. My third point is, let's be specific on the description of permissible structures. Right now, all it says is basically it has to be open with something like vertical, whatever. In all the public hearings and in the run-up to this bill being passed, the DOT promised that these sheds will not have roofs or walls. In fact, they had diagrams that had it. Yet the proposed rules are vague. Vagueness makes the rule meaningless and unenforceable. Just have these rules state that structures can have neither roofs nor walls. And finally, I'd just like to make a quick comment on restaurants who are talking about the problems they're having. While I sympathize with them, let's be clear, outdoor dining is a bonus. They rented these places before they had outdoor dining, 95% of them. So we're giving a public subsidy of public land, and we, the public and taxpayer, owes restaurants nothing in this instance. But it certainly owes citizens a better quality of life than is happening with outdoor dining. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. The next three individuals on the list all appear to not be in the Zoom. And that is Kate Hillard, Chad Horner, and Robbie Friedman. If you are here under a different name, please send me a direct message and we will circle back to you. Moving next, Don Eldridge is on the list, who appears to be in the Zoom. After Don submits comment, the next individuals on the list are Shelley Thomas and Glenn Treacher. Don Eldridge, I am unmuting you now.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I am the sole owner operator of a French bistro in Greenpoint, Brooklyn called Citroën. I didn't really prepare anything formally, so I'm just going to talk off the cuff. I'm a small business owner. I have no equity group behind me. All of the money in my restaurant is my life savings, all of my blood, sweat, and tears. I implore everyone to do a little more research and discussion on this matter. Most restaurants in my neighborhood are very responsible and respectful of the community. We give back to the community, we invest in our community, and we want our neighbors to be happy and have a wonderful quality of life, as well as our business surviving. People's dining habits have changed since the pandemic, and many people require outdoor seating. And that's not going to change moving forward. The climate has changed, people's dining habits have changed, and this needs to stay intact for the immune compromised. So it's become wildly popular. It needs to be all year round. The costly storage and build is definitely going to be a problem. There is tremendous pandemic fallout happening right now with the cost of goods, utilities, fees, permits, all of these things that are really pummeling small businesses like myself. I have watched my life savings almost disappear in the sheer fact of just trying to make my business work through this pandemic. I also believe that asking for property owners' permission is going to be a problem because we have quite a number of unreasonable landlords that don't understand the program, nor do they want to. And that is going to be an issue as well. The structures absolutely have to protect from the elements. No fixed roofs is definitely going to be a problem. The weather is extremely unpredictable, and we've witnessed it in the last 3 years. It would make the outdoor dining null and void. There would be no benefit if we couldn't have a protective structure from the elements. The guidelines as they are, in my opinion, are there to set us up for failure, and they really need to be looked at, and we need more discussion about this. And like I said, we really do invest in our community. I've lived in New York for most of my life, and I am 53 years old. I love New York. I love my neighbors. I love Greenpoint, Brooklyn, and we really want to work together to make
Thank
this
you.
happen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next individual on the list is Shelley Thomas. Shelley Thomas, I am unmuting you now. The next speakers will be Glenn Treacher and Carmen Matroni. Shelley Thomas, I am unmuting you now. Okay, that does, you may be having a tech problem. If so, please just message me once you resolve the issue and we will circle back to you. We'll move next to Glenn Treacher. Glenn Treacher, I am unmuting you now. Glenn Treacher,
Yep, I'm trying to talk and
here you go. We can hear you now.
you can hear me now? Excellent.
Yes, we can.
Okay, give me back my 30 seconds. I'm Glenn Treacher. Me and my wife own the Liberty on 35th Street in Manhattan. Points are to put up, take down an outdoor dining area would be difficult, if not impossible, with the cost. I thank the DOT for letting us have the outdoor dining. It's the only reason we are still in business. We would have definitely gone out of business without it, with being closed for 5 months and then 25% use of indoors. So we're quite happy to abide by any rules and regulations. We'd just like them to be clear. One of the issues I do have is that we built straight away in 2020, as soon as we could. We built something. 2 days later, there were new directives. We rebuilt. 2 weeks later, there was new directives, and there's been some new ones since then. But we're up, we're running, and it is keeping us in business. Manhattan's business has not come all the way back yet. So this is making the difference between us being in business or out of business. So I am happy with the process. I'd just like to clearly know what I should build and when. The only thing that caused a problem with this is that everything was fine till about 10 days ago. 10 days ago, I got a visit from the DOT telling me the stuff I should fix. Normal stuff. Put more filler in the barriers and more reflective tape on. Okay. They then came back a week later and there was a new one ticked off. No standing during specific hours, which I'd never heard of before. And they've given us 48 hours to take our shed down. So there just seems to be a little bit of a break in communication on who we deal with and how things are handled. Because I've gone from running it for 3 years and staying in business and complying to 48 hours to take it down. So if anyone on there from the DOT is listening, please contact me and let me know how I should handle that. I've already reached out to Keith Powers and Franklin Richards of City Council. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. We're going to circle back now to Shelley Thomas. I am unmuting you now. See, I just messaged her. Let's see if we can resolve this. I think she did get it to work successfully a bit before. Okay. Once you resolve to Shelley Thomas, once you resolve your tech issue, please just send me a message and we will go back to you. Also going to go back to another individual who's earlier on the list that I now see has joined. That's Kate Slevin from the Regional Plan Association. I'm going to unmute you now.
Oh, hi, thank you. I actually submitted written comments, so I don't need this, the opportunity to speak, but we support the program and are excited to see this moving forward.
Understood. Thank you very much. Okay, the next individual on the list is Carmine Matroni, who I will be unmuting now. This is Carmine Matroni. I am trying to unmute you now. Okay, Carmine might also be having an issue here, so I'm going to move down. Please message me once you have this issue resolved and we will go back to you. Next individual on the list is Paula Mercu, who I do not see in the chat. If you are here, just reach out to me and we will be sure to circle back to you. The next individual on the list is Heather Rush, who does appear to be in the Zoom. Heather Rush, I'm going to unmute you now.
Hi, this is Jeff Rush. This is Heather's husband. Heather had to step away. I am the co-owner of our business, which is Pine Box Rock Shop, a bar in Bushwick. Thank you to the DOT for the open restaurant program. It was paramount in my business surviving the pandemic, kept my staff employed, and frankly generated tax dollars for the city of New York. It also generates foot traffic on my block to the benefit of neighboring businesses. I believe the first offense fee should be removed. There's been a lack of information about this program. Rather, the first offense should be an opportunity for the city to bring restaurants into compliance rather than penalize them. Construction and demolition costs should be weighted against the licensing fee. Documented expenses could be issued as a license credit. Finally, I've heard a lot of talk on this call about the blight many roadbeds have become. I agree, it's unfortunate some folks have allowed their shops to fall into disrepair. For every one of them, though, there are businesses like ours who maintain their sheds and respect their neighbors. Business has not returned to the pre-pandemic levels, and we continue to rely on the business that these roadbeds generate. And I've got about 1:45 left over that I'm going to turn over to the next speaker. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. The next speaker is Kate Conroy, who will be followed by Kathy Arnson and Benjamin Gutenbrunner. Kate Conroy, I am unmuting you now.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm a resident of the East Village and enjoy the dining in the outdoor cafes. And I do also recognize some of the problems. So I'm in support of it as an open air spaces, as a public health benefit, but I believe there are further improvements in aesthetics, residential quality of life, vehicular, pedestrian, worker, and bike safety. I agree with everyone who's spoken before about the hours of operation ending by 10 p.m. on weekdays and maybe 11 p.m. on weekends at the latest. And most of my comments will be about roadway cafes, specifically about the flooring and barriers that are necessary structurally and for ADA compliance, but how they are safe haven and nesting places for rats. Is a huge problem that in planters, they burrow and nest and breed, and under floorboards, they do the same. If these barriers are instead filled with water, my concern is about rain collection on the tops of these and how that would contribute to mosquito populations. My other concern is around dimensions. These dimensions of these curbside dining areas or sheds are wider than most cars by at least 18 inches and sometimes more than 2 feet. So I believe that the dimensions should be inclusive of any barriers so that parking does not hold up the whole street or put bicyclists at risk to the extent that it does. Delivery vans and cars and SUVs trying to go down a side street in the East Village is just a real traffic hindrance. Also, one of the things on clearance in this guidelines does not specify driveways as an area that should have clearance. And I have at least a couple of examples in my neighborhood where sight lines of people coming out of parking garages or coming out of driveways don't have sight clearance and or don't have the turning radius to get around a shed. And the corner of the shed is destroyed. I'm sure cars have been damaged as well. The 40-foot across the building entrance is far too great for most buildings where there might be a central entrance, and that blocks way to EMTs, ambulance, or anybody that needs to get into the building from the street for emergency services. Also, the size of the sheds on the street make it more difficult for the street sweepers to get in to clean at the curb. And I believe that the owners of the sheds need more than 1.5 feet cleaning for that corner at the curb and the side of their shed. There's no guidelines for where to put garbage and recycling, and we see a lot of that. And also,
Thank you.
Sorry, thanks.
Thank you for your comment. Shelley Thomas, I believe, has now resolved the issue, so we're going to circle back to Shelley, who I'm going to unmute now. And once I unmute, go ahead and accept and unmute yourself.
Okay. Hi there.
Great.
How are you doing today? Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. I'm sorry. I was a little confused. My name is Joy, actually, from Secret Garden. And I would like to say, first, that rule thing that you guys are probably going to have about the landlords giving permission, I don't think that's wise. You know, like some people have said, landlords aren't always sweet. What about the landlords that aren't sweet, you know? I'm Joy, like I said, and I own Secret Garden. It is a small vegan food operation serving my community, has always been my priority. However, the challenges, you know, brought by COVID have been relentless. With no indoor capacity, I am heavily reliant on outdoor dining to sustain my business. The canopy that I received with the support of my community has been a game changer, allowing me to increase my consistent seating capacity. It's the Shea Oscar design. Like, I don't know if you've ever seen that design. I think that everyone needs to go check out her creation. I think that's a great way, you know, like people having to like tear down their sheds and then rebuild them. That's kind of crazy, you know, like you put a lot of money into building them. And I think taking them away and having to bring them back is just like, that's so much, so expensive, especially now with everything has been increased, the price on everything. We're like really, really literally struggling here, you know? The big restaurants, the small restaurants, we're all struggling. I'm literally like on the verge of closing. Umbrellas blow the hell away. Let me tell you, like I've had umbrellas like blow down the street, like I'm chasing after, you know, like I'm like, thank God it didn't cause an accident. Now more than ever, like I desperately need the canopy to help combat the impact of the rising inflation, you know, on my business. The thought of having to struggle with those umbrellas is just like crazy to me, crazy. And we're really, really thankful. Like a gentleman just said, you know, you guys are lucky to have that. Yeah, we are really, really lucky. I think that we all, after the pandemic, man, like all of us coming together to like do this, it's been so helpful. And I think that we should find a way to work together to make this happen. Where we can all, you know, dine outside. Like, you know, the other lady in the wheelchair, she mentioned wanting to be outdoors. Like outdoor dining is really a beautiful, beautiful thing. And I hope we find a way to make it happen. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment. Next on the list is Kathy Arntzen, who I was in the chat, or was in the Zoom rather, but I'm not seeing now. If you are here and in different Zoom name, just send me a direct message and we will go back to you. The next individual is Benjamin Gutenbrunner, who I also do not see in the Zoom, but similarly, if you are here and would like to submit a verbal comment, just message me directly and we will go back to you. Moving down the list, the next individual is Nick Flutter. Nick Flutter, I do see, and I'm going to unmute you now.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Excellent. Hey, my name is Nick Flutter. I'm the co-founder of Reply. Thank you for allowing us to testify this morning. And apologies, I'm sick, so please bear with me. We build modular outdoor dining structures for New York City restaurants using recycled and recyclable materials. And we provide a full service assembly, winter storage, and maintenance of our structures with a monthly leasing option. Given our experience in creating outdoor dining spaces and working closely with local restaurants, I welcome the opportunity to share some thought on the proposed guidelines. Our outdoor dining structures have been a lifeline to many of our favorite restaurants during the pandemic. It's made the city feel lively and active, and we want the program to be successful. Here are some ways that we believe DOT guidelines could better meet that vision. Number one, it's imperative for restaurants that their staff and customers are as protected from the elements as possible and are best able to serve customers on rainy days. The more covering, the better. There needs to be more clarification, particularly regarding how removable coverings need to be put up and taken down, and how often the city expects them to be removed. Ideally, roofs would be waterproof and permanent, but disassemblable in the 7 to 10 foot zone. We also recommend including drop-down clear waterproof blinds that can be lowered during inclement weather, but potentially raised at other times, maintaining transparency. Roofs should be allowed to extend 12 inches over the sidewalks to prevent rain coming into the structures. Requiring barriers to be filled with 150 pounds of water per linear foot will increase construction costs and therefore raise prices for restaurants. We propose that this be reduced to 100 pounds per linear foot to reduce material specifications. We have previously incorporated barriers with 60 to 70 pounds per linear foot in our design with great success. We would like to see greater flexibility in dealing with manhole covers, particularly the ability to use removable coverings to prevent gaps in dining structures, which would cost restaurants valuable space and be an eyesore. We propose that the assembly and disassembly periods be lengthened to give restaurants more than just 1 week for installation and uninstallation of structures at the beginning and end of the season. We know from experience how belaboring and time-consuming this process is, and we can see a big problem at the start and end of the season. I hope that we can all continue to work together to make our a success. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next on the list is Leif Artson, who I will be unmuting now. I also see a Leif's iPad with a hand raised, so I'm going to go ahead and unmute that account.
Are you there?
Yes, hi, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. There are many rules in here that could help protect quality of life, along with numerous deficiencies and loopholes that need clarifying. Myself and others in the Central Village Block Association detailed many in writing already. I'm very concerned that the role of NYC's community boards are given the fullest weight possible in the rulemaking and overall in the administering the permanent program. For many decades, CBs have earned our community trust with decades of experience, boots on the ground, local knowledge, and access to every street and sidewalk in their districts, and seriously problem solving for the good of all. This industry and its various lobbying efforts shouldn't be allowed or enabled to undermine the DOT's rulemaking for this program that in any way serve to diminish the only voice of reason left in NYC's neighborhoods. If we are going to have rules for all to follow, then we need rules that remain as rules for all, that are adhered to, not diluted and diminished by special waivers and exceptions given to restaurants and bars who determine they are getting unfairly treated because their siting locations simply can't comply. Throughout the temporary program, the constant disruption of community norms to accommodate this industry has been hugely divisive and increasingly contentious, as all parties struggle for control of their day-to-day and their future. Rules are supposed to be livable to help protect residents who are giving up their quality of life in public space to the public walking or traveling on our streets and sidewalks safely, including for those with mobility issues. And most of all, to maintain optimum emergency access for our fire trucks, EMS, and those with mobility issues. We should not be asked to sacrifice the safety of our homes and well-being simply to increase commercial access. If the DOT and the industry want community cooperation and a positive environment where their businesses can thrive, then they must respect the minimum boundaries and needs of the people who live there and the neighborhoods whose unique charm and identity this industry depends upon to attract their customers. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we will go to Leslie Breeding, who will be followed by Rick White, John Snosky, and Lena Batuk. Leslie, I am going to be unmuting you now.
Thank you. My name is Leslie Breeding. I've been a New Yorker for 46 years, and I'm a member of the West 9th Street Block Association, but I'm speaking for myself. I live in an impacted neighborhood. The road restaurant sheds proliferated during COVID in an unregulated, haphazard way. The city never caught up with the negative consequences or completed the mitigation it has promised. Unfortunately for the restaurants who try to keep their places in compliance, there are too many bad actors taking advantage of the city's disarray. I'm in favor of removing all road-based restaurant areas until there's an environmental impact study and a new study balancing the profit needs of one industry against the psychological health and safety needs of the residents and visitors of all impacted neighborhoods. If the benefits of social distancing and avoiding COVID variants is considered an argument in favor of outdoor eating, try as a resident of these neighborhoods avoiding inhaling the breath of the crowd as you are funneled through bottlenecks created by tables on both sides of a sidewalk with a tree bed and a road shed next to it. If impacted residents ultimately vote in favor of road restaurants and to address some of DOT's proposed rules, there should be no flooring used in the street as it has contributed too much to increased vermin habitat. If patrons saw what we see during restaurant closed hours, they'd be as nauseated as we are. The surfaces they eat on, sit on, lean on have often been crawling with vermin or even contact with human waste just before. Rats alive and dead, mice, fetid pools of standing water and garbage. These are the gifts to many of us from the open restaurant program. Some streets, because there are so many abandoned or in-use restaurant sheds, haven't been swept by sanitation in a year. The smell can be like an open landfill. The city has allowed shacks enclosed on 4 sides with roofs and doors, air conditioners, heaters, strings of extensions cords overhead. These are unregulated and hazardous to pedestrians. Emergency vehicles are slowed by these structures and bike riders are forced into traffic and into pedestrian walkways. Sightlines are reduced, making it dangerous particularly for the other abled and for seniors. If DOT rules require restaurants to remove all equipment, movable equipment, tables, chairs, and ramps need to be stored inside the business, not stacked as they often are now on the public sidewalk, using it as free storage and creating another eyesore. Vertical screens, the DOT proposes, will block pedestrians' view of traffic, especially fast-moving, quiet e-bikes become a threat. The timing for outdoor operation, March to November, requires the use of air conditioning and heaters. Allowing air conditioning and heating of the out of doors is irresponsible during the current climate crisis, unworthy of New York. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. The next individuals on the list are Rick White, John Sinoski, Lena Batuk, Michael Barton, and Pauline Augustine. All of these individuals do not appear to be in the Zoom. If you are here, please send me a message a direct message and I will circle back to you. The next individual on the list that does appear present at the Zoom is Augustine Hope. Augustine Hope, I'm going to unmute you now.
Hi, good morning. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. My name is Augustine Hope. I represent the residents of a tiny block here in the West Village. We're 200 feet by 200 feet, and it's largely low-rise, four-story buildings. I have to say this program has become absolutely toxic, and the mood amongst the residents here ranges from frustration with DOT and the lack of involvement of the residents here to anger with the constantly problematic individual restaurateurs. So on this tiniest of blocks, we have 7 restaurants already, 7 restaurants and bars, up from 3, just 3 a decade ago. And another 2 are applying for licenses, so that'll bring it up to 9 on the tiny block. Our residents are on average just 30 feet from a restaurant or bar. Think about that. 30 feet is the width of many people's living rooms. Just 30 feet from a restaurant or bar, and for many it's as little as 0 feet. They're right next door. To make it worse, some of these restaurants have far more seats outside than in. One next to me has 20 seats inside, but in some has 80 seats outside. That's 4 times the number. Almost all these restaurants have outdoor heating. How the hell is that a good idea in the warming world? And the restaurants block the entire curb, so residents have to put their trash where exactly? So I propose 3 basic rules, some basic rules to undo this harm, and rules that have already been adopted in Paris. So should not be problematic here. First, hours should be limited to 10 p.m. in residential mixed-use communities, just like Paris. Outdoor dining should be limited to 50% of indoor dining. 4 times is ridiculous, I'm sorry. 3, there should be no electrical connections to roadway dining. They can use battery tabletop lights that are now ubiquitous, just like they do in Paris. There should be no outdoor heating for reasons discussed. There should be, just as in Paris, there should be no covering or siding on roadbed setups whatsoever. That just gets in the way of visibility. It just encourages people to use a place in a different way that should theoretically, right, be outdoor dining. 6, landlords with outdoor setups should provide indoor trash storage for tenants who can't put it out in their trash out in the evening. And finally, there should be a proactive enforcement program with real-time inspections until closing time, and hopefully quarterly attendance at community boards on request by inspectors, so we can actually interact with the people who are monitoring and enforcing the rules in our community. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. We're next going to Cormac Flynn, who will be followed by George Sarafoglou, Liz Nicholson, and Darlene Watts. Cormac Flynn, I am going to unmute you now. Cormac Flynn, if you resolve the tech issue that I think that you may be having, just message me and we will go quick.
How about now? Can you hear me?
Yes, we
Okay,
can.
sorry.
Great.
All right. Thank you. So earlier, speaker said that life is compromised. It's worth remembering that from the moment that open dining was conceived, all the material compromise has been on the side of residents and non-eating eatery business. The only thing the industry has ever been asked to compromise on is their maximalist ambitions, right? All of the sacrifice, they have nothing that they did not have the day before that. All of the sacrifice has been on the part of residents and businesses that are not in eating and drinking businesses. So I just want to remind people of that. And that being said, I'd like to ask that you prioritize the following changes to your proposed regs, right, to try to mitigate the substantial negative impact this has had on residents. Closing hours, as people have said, should be 10 at the latest. Frankly, earlier in areas where the underlying zoning is residential. The city's painstakingly created clear path guidelines should not be watered down as the draft regs do, right? The current conditions and the draft plan are not fair to seniors, to the disabled, to families with small children, and others with less than perfect mobility. And the rules should address and require that planters and benches and wait stands and lighters and heaters and all that other mishigosh are stored off street when not in use. The reg should also ban music and television outdoor spaces and the increasingly common practice of establishments with open facades, which have now been facilitated by changes, but cranking up the music so people outside can hear it. Also, outdoor seats should count towards existing city requirements for places to have patron bathrooms. Outdoor urination has reached pandemic proportions. And finally, the draft regs anticipate that DOT staff can issue waivers from the rules for public convenience and other things. Look, I mean, no disrespect to the current staff, but in my lifetime, there has not been a city administration that didn't have a scandal about waivers or exceptions or things done in return for favors or gifts or money or campaign cash. Basic anti-corruption practice, if nothing else, suggests that any waivers should be subject to community board review so the public can have input on them. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. The next individuals on the list do not appear to be in the Zoom room. These folks are George Sarafoglu, Liz Nicholson, and Darlene Lutz. If you are here and would like to speak, please send me a message and we will go back to you. The next individual who does appear to be in the group is Vienna Von Olsen. Vienna Von Olsen, I'm going to be unmuting you now.
Am I muted?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me? Hi, I'm a resident of the West Village. I've written a little note here and let me start. Restaurant patrons do not dine after 11 p.m. They drink and they drink to get drunk. This is what we have dealt with for the last 3.5 years in the West Village. I want to play what we hear. Enforcement of roadway shedding has been non-existent since start COVID. We, the neighborhood residents, have had to take it upon ourselves to enforce any change to noise reduction from numerous restaurants in our neighborhood, which in return has caused extreme animosity between restaurants and residents. Closing roadway sheds at 10 p.m. will make a huge impact on our relationship between residents and restaurants, which in return will see a huge decline in 311 calls, DOT calls, and police complaints, which will make your job, DOT, much easier. If the outdoor closing times would be fair to the restaurants and the restaurants could then be in peace. Also, the 40-foot limits is ridiculous. A restaurant is usually about 20 feet long. They can be 40 feet long. They are right now 40 feet long. Restaurants are paying off other restaurants to get their outside space, which is offered to the city. We have proof of that. We see it in many areas. It's very important that the outdoor shed only be the length of the actual restaurant, or else the shenanigans that the restaurant owners can get into is a little bit seedy. Thank you for your time, and that's all I have to say.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we are circling back to Jim Morrison. Jim Morrison, I'm going to unmute you now.
Hey, how you doing? My name is Jim Morrison. I'm one of the owners of the Exley in Williamsburg, Brooklyn. I think I'm also here to comment. Actually, I'm going to change what I'm commenting on based upon what I'm seeing everyone talk about, which is, frankly, I'm really excited and thrilled that there are so many of us out there that are interested in doing something a little bit different here, or at least proposing something alternate to what I think is going to be an unsuccessful one-size-fits-all approach. Ultimately, I think these rules are going to end up being more or less a race to the bottom and punish those of us who have built really beautiful sheds that we are keeping up and maintaining and that provide an enhancement to our communities. Certainly there are ones that need to go, and I think that was a laudable goal of this new program. But it seems to be punishing those of us that have actually contributed something really nice to the city. Ultimately, as we know, the city is struggling right now. They just cut libraries, I think, by operating hours and millions of dollars. So what I would like to do is I would like to propose some sort of program within this program that allows for, whether you want to call it a grandfathered shed or a shed that provides a sort of an aesthetic or a community enhancing presence. And there are lots of those out there. And to be sure, they could actually involve a higher fee, a substantially higher fee that would generate much needed revenue for the city. I'm talking about thousands and thousands of dollars per shed that a lot of us out there would be willing to pay. You know, you get 100 restaurants, 200 restaurants, 300 spending thousands of dollars a year. We're talking about millions of dollars of much needed revenue for the city. So based upon that, I would like those of us here to maybe get together and talk about this and submit something reasonable and pretty important to the city that would address this. If anyone would like to reach out, it's jim@theexley.com. Thanks a lot.
Thank you for your comment. That concludes the list of individuals whose names were provided to us in advance of today's hearing. We are now going to call on anyone who uses the raised hand feature on Zoom. Once we call your name, you'll be unmuted so you can provide your name, affiliation, and comment. Please always limit to your comments to 3 minutes so we can accommodate the large number of individuals who wish to provide comments at today's hearing. If you do not wish to provide comments, please make sure that your Zoom hand is not raised. And if you would like to submit verbal comments, please go ahead and raise your Zoom hand. All right, the first individual I see with a Zoom hand raised is Zach Miller. Zach Miller, I am going to unmute you now.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to share testimony. My name is Zach Miller, and I am the Director of Metro Region Operations for the Trucking Association of New York. Tanny is pleased to see the outdoor dining program finally codified into law. However, there is a glaring omission in the rules regarding loading zones. Seemingly every other need is accounted for, including City Bike, Link NYC, traffic signs, curb cuts, bus stops, subway entrances, fire hydrants, and more. We want to ensure that there are sufficient loading zones to coincide with the program. Yes, there is language regarding distance to parking meters, but given the limited number and competition with other motorists, that is insufficient for delivery needs. Since the emergency program went into place to aid restaurants and bars during the pandemic, we have seen a dramatic loss of loading access for these establishments. While it is true that NYC DOT has done and continues to do terrific work to increase commercial loading zones both in neighborhoods and along commercial corridors, that work could be jeopardized by not accounting for the need regarding this program. Restaurants may receive one delivery with produce, one delivery with beverages, one delivery with meat, and another delivery with linens and supplies on the same day. Those vendors service multiple establishments daily. In addition, restaurants are not the only establishments along commercial corridors that need deliveries. Their neighbors also receive multiple deliveries daily and should not lose this vital space to their operations. As always, the Trucking Association of New York looks forward to ongoing collaboration and dialogue with the Department of Transportation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. So we have a recording everyone's name who speaks, and we are unraising their hands after they have spoken, and we'll call on them in the order we received. But first, I was just made aware that someone who was called on previously from the list is available under Liz's iPhone. So I am going to go ahead and unmute you now.
Hi, do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Wonderful. Thanks so much. This is Liz Nicholson. I run Della's. It's a wine bar in Tribeca, Lower Manhattan. I've been watching the progress of these outdoor structures quite intently, as we, like several others who have been on the Zoom now, have noted. We put a lot of thought and a lot of effort into creating our outdoor structure. We encase all of our sandbags with, you know, animal resistant netting to make sure rats didn't get in. We've made cuts for, you know, Con Edison to access manholes. We've done a lot. That being said, I've spoken a lot with Andrew Ridgie of the New York Hospitality, and I have come to understand that for this to be a permanent solution moving forward, we are going to have to all embrace that there's going to have to be new requirements, water barriers being among them. And then just as I had stated to him, I do feel that the current requirements for the outdoor structures do still seem quite vague. I personally am concerned about the idea of only having a screen against the street side. We do use our structure year round. It's wildly popular for our guests. And everyone in our neighborhood, when they heard that they might actually come down, was very upset because they thought these were permanent. And I've been diligently explaining to them that the permits will only be seasonal. However, I do think that before we spend millions of dollars ripping these down, which also brings another point of getting them down, and other people have mentioned on this, that is going to be a Herculean effort of removing wood and stuff, and the city absolutely must be involved in that, I would say, because it's just not likely. But I also would say, I do think that until these new rules become more clear, Andrew had mentioned, and there's been architects on this, I've been following since 10 a.m., that there are a lot of people that have ideas of ways that we can make these structures happen. Thus far, there's nothing available. I have no idea the cost of these new structures. Something that would be much like the outdoor vestibules where, you know, the company might also store it and bring it back for us. This all sounds great, but until you guys actually have that ironed out, I think that our existing structures, those of us who are willing to start paying for them, pay the permits, people who have abandoned ones are not going to pay. They will go away. But those of us who are doing it right, who are willing to put in and start paying for it starting in 2024, I think we should not rip down and require the rebuild until the city is actually firm on what these new structures should look like. And I would say 3 sides because of safety. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we're also going to go back to someone who was on the list earlier, who is in the Zoom chat now, and that is Leslie Clark. Leslie Clark, I see that you also have your hand raised. I'm going to unmute you now.
Okay. Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for hearing our comments today. I'm going to start with one that is very important to me, which is street sweeping. I know that people here are concerned about removing the structures 4 months of the year. I think they should be removed more frequently than that. I have not had my street swept in 3.5 years. This is a serious problem of sanitation, and I believe that this is a critical issue, especially in neighborhoods like mine, Greenwich Village, where there are narrow streets. A brush truck has literally not been here since June of 2020. The other issue that I wanted to raise is something that was raised earlier by Cormac Flynn, which is the waivers that are offered to the commissioner of NYC DOT. I agree with Mr. Flynn that this is a recipe for corruption. To simply create a whole set of rules backed up by a statute and then say that the commissioner of the Department of Transportation may waive any of those that he deems fit is in fact a recipe for corruption. Just having that kind of power means that people will seek him out to make a special case out of anyone who doesn't like the rules that are now being promulgated through a public process. These rules should not be up to one individual to decide on enforcement or not. I would also like to talk about the heating, which has been raised here. This city has declared a climate emergency, and yet for 3 years, I have been watching restaurants heat the outdoors. They even heat the outdoors when there's no one sitting there. It's just saying, here, there's a heater, come and sit under my heater. It is ridiculous that we are allowing the great outdoors to be heated just for the private profit of one industry. This should not be allowed. I'm also going to add on to the issue of frontage. The fact is there are restaurants that have very small frontages, not just 20, but even 12 feet. And yet they are occupying a huge area of the frontage, including neighboring businesses and even the entrances to residential homes. The frontage of a restaurant should be of an outdoor restaurant, that is the sidewalk cafe, and the roadway structure should be that of the restaurant itself and no more. This is giving restaurants far more outdoor space than they have indoors. These are restaurants that did well before the pandemic. There is no reason that they will not do well after during this program if they are confined to the space in which they prospered as a business before the pandemic. This is very, very important. The other issue that I'd like to raise is in determining what is the clear path. It does not state in the rules.
Thank you. I'm sorry, your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. The next individual with their hand raised is MX Christie. MX Christie, I'm going to unmute you now.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, thank you. Yes, I'm a lifelong resident of Flushing, Queens. I have long COVID, and I strongly support the outdoor dining program. As Ken Coughlin said, outdoor dining is a lifeline for those of us trying to avoid COVID, which continues to be a serious public health issue as it's extremely contagious in both indoor and outdoor settings and causes many chronic health issues. In response to Teresa Scavo's comment on favoritism for restaurants, all businesses need support from the city to survive and thrive in the ongoing pandemic. I agree, noise and hygiene issues need to be addressed and enforced to ensure a good quality of life for all. More space could be created for accessible outdoor dining if the city were to reduce private vehicle use and street parking. There's no reason to allow private vehicles so much space that could be better used for popular programs such as dining out and open streets. Reducing car presence would also improve safety for pedestrians and cyclists, as someone else spoke to earlier in the session. Regardless of the fate of the dining out program, the city needs to address indoor air quality by requiring restaurants to improve, IAQ for short, with upgraded ventilation to MERV 13 or true HEPA filtrations to keep staff and customers safer from COVID and future airborne pandemics, which many scientists have said are inevitable due to climate collapse. Considering that restaurant workers and especially the kitchen staff have been disproportionately affected by COVID, it's unconscionable that the city hasn't already done this in the past 3.5 years, but it's not too late. Kevin Henry is right that New York is a world capital, so let's use our global influence to be leaders in improving indoor air quality for residents and visitors alike. Also, let's not exaggerate about the appearance of outdoor dining sheds making New York look like third world countries, or bring up migrants who have nothing to do with outdoor dining regulations. That's racist, classist, and as a world city, we should take care of our new neighbors by providing them with free housing and safe injection sites. But that is not under the purview of the DOT, so it would be more productive for us to direct those concerns elsewhere. I feel for the restaurant owners who have shared their struggles with complying with outdoor dining regulations. My COVID-safe community, of which we consist of over 800 New Yorkers trying to avoid COVID by avoiding indoor dining and the like, are coming to use your dining sheds. So thank you for keeping them open, and we wish you the best in maintaining your businesses with success. Thank you.
Thank you. This is Naomi Solkowitz. I'm taking over for my colleague, Alyssa, for just a little bit. The next person who's going to be speaking is Gloria L. I'm going to ask to unmute you now.
Oh, hi, how are you? My name is Gloria Lopez. I am a restaurant owner in the Park Slope area in Brooklyn. While we do agree that a lot of the sheds are not built in a safe manner, there are a lot of us, especially in this neighborhood, who follow the safety guidelines given by the DOT. The DOT, unfortunately, has a forever changing list of guidelines which differ from inspector to inspector. So far, I've received 5 visits from the DOT in a year. That's 4 more times than the Department of Health. Every time they come in, there's a different issue. We don't get a fee because obviously it's just like random things. we had to spend a massive amount of money to fill up the barriers with sand, which was required to make sure that these sheds are safe. We are fully responsible for those, like for the cost of these, the sand, the wood, everything that was required to build these sheds in a safely manner. Now with the new design, we don't think it's safe for our customers. I don't think a metal barrier could, like, prevent anybody from crashing into, like a family that's dining outside. As a small minority women, like a small minority women-owned business who receive no COVID relief or assistance, like many other in my position, we are worried about the cost of changing a structure that has already cost us over $25,000. We don't have money to store these sheds. We don't have money to pay another contractor to come and take it down and put it back up. That it's a lot of
I'm
money.
sorry, Ms. Lopez, your time is up.
Thank you.
All right, next is Marcus Agard. I'm unmuting you now.
Hello and good morning. My name is Marcus Agard. I am a resident of Brooklyn Community Board 9, and I am highly in favor of open restaurants in the city and having roadside dining and street side dining, though I do not agree with the rules that the DOT has proposed so far. I will focus in on some certain areas that I think are highly important. First of all, the property owner consent is an unreasonable accommodation on restaurants. I honestly believe that once the property owner has opened themselves up to commercial business, as long as laws are being followed and the rent is being paid, they have no concerns over how their space is being used. In addition, I believe that the temporary nature of the structures will lead to the death of these structures, which I feel are one of the best things, one of the only good things to have come out of the pandemic. Spaces that were previously unable to make reasonable ADA accommodations had to be grandfathered in because of the cost it would have posed to these businesses, are now able to have ADA compliant spaces that allow for those who are COVID conscious with the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic to stay safe. I believe that these things should be year round. They need to be inspected better because, as some people who are speaking against the program believe, there need to be more than just the DOT involved in how these structures are regulated. Department of Health and Mental Hygiene, the fire department, all need to be, and sanitation need to be active partners in ensuring that outdoor sheds are a helpful and enriching part of the communities that they serve. Now, unfortunately, it's going to mean that some places that are currently existing may not be able to persist after rules are brought in, but that will just end up being the unfortunate ways of businesses. We need to ensure that space is maintained on the sidewalks so that two people or more can pass abreast between restaurants. I myself am a cyclist, and I'd say that while I do love it, I want that some places are a bit more above the curb. But once again, this is a part of a larger transportation strategy that needs to better highlight and prioritize safety of both pedestrians and cyclists on the road. I will just say bluntly that these rules, as proposed, are not helpful and productive on businesses. And I feel that given more time and a second draft, the city, the restaurateurs, the sanitation department, those who hate COVID sheds can all come together and propose better regulations that better serve all of our needs. I thank you all for your time.
Apologies. Will the person whose phone number ends with 8080, I am asking you to unmute so you can provide your testimony. All right. There must be some technical difficulties. Next is Gaida.
Hi,
Oh,
can you hear me?
yes, we do. Can you please state
Okay,
your name and
great.
affiliation?
Absolutely. My name is Nina. I'm speaking on behalf of Transportation Alternatives. Good afternoon, everybody. Outdoor dining has been a boon to New York City small businesses and New Yorkers across the boroughs. During the early days of the pandemic, the expanded outdoor dining program saved jobs, and in the years since, the program has given New Yorkers more options to eat and socialize and corrected the inequities of the old sidewalk cafe program. And as New York's economy continues to recover from the pandemic, it is critical we support the vibrancy of our neighborhoods and local businesses. The current outdoor dining program success in expanding where New Yorkers can eat safely outside should be invested in, not scaled back. Outdoor dining should be year-round. A seasonal program is prohibitive to small restaurants who may not have the resources.
Apologies. Someone unmuted themselves, and Nina, could you please, okay, unmute yourself. I apologize.
Sure. All right, I'll continue. The seasonal outdoor dining program is prohibitive to small restaurants who may not have the resources to build new structures each year or store materials during the off months. And small businesses are the fabric of our city, and we should be supporting them, not punishing them. And just to note, the DOT values a parking spot at about $207 a day or over $6,000 a month. This presents a significant revenue opportunity for the city of New York, and these funds should be reinvested into bolstering the program. And additionally, outdoor dining is an important lifeline for people with health vulnerabilities that make indoor dining prohibitive. Banning outdoor dining for a third of the year removes a safer social experience for many New Yorkers who rely on open air opportunities. We do commend DOT's inclusion of a mandate to make outdoor dining structures ADA compliant, and we appreciate the clear sidewalk access provision in these proposed rules. Additionally, DOT is requiring 20 feet of clearance from crosswalk to the outdoor dining setup. Keeping the space clear saves lives by increasing visibility for pedestrians, cyclists, and drivers, and should be applied to every intersection in the city. The space can be used in ways that support the city's broader goals, like greenery beds to mitigate flooding or for other amenities. In sum, we call on the city to do more to make sure outdoor dining is a successful, accessible, and joyful program for New Yorkers to enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next individual is Gaida Arbor. I am going to unmute you now.
Hi, my name is Gita Arbor. I'm a 26-year New York City resident. My family, like many others, is immunocompromised, and the ongoing challenge of navigating public spaces during this pandemic has been a significant concern. The outdoor dining sheds have proven to be a lifeline for families like ours, providing a safe option to enjoy a social life and provide needed accommodations for the immunocompromised. The proposal to dismantle these outdoor sheds in the winter is one that could have lasting consequences. If we, as we heard, force restaurants to break them down, many will find it financially unfeasible to rebuild, leaving a void in our community that may never be filled. This would be a severe blow to our ability to participate in the social and economic fabric of our neighborhood. Permanent rain covers and heating options are key to making these options usable in inclement weather. However, fully enclosing them defeats their safety and makes them unusable to the high risk. Everyone in our community deserves the chance to enjoy the offerings of local establishments, regardless of weather conditions. It's crucial to acknowledge that the pandemic is not over, despite everyone pretending that it is. Wastewater levels, a key indicator of viral activity, have remained persistently high throughout 2023, suggesting that we are very far from declaring an end to the challenges posed by this virus. And for those of you who want to avoid the breath of strangers on the sidewalk, KN95 or better masks are a great choice, which we should be wearing anyway. Let us dispel the misconception that these outdoor sheds are eyesores. In reality, they are symbols of adaptability, resilience, and a community coming together to support one another. Our collective health and well-being should take precedence over aesthetic concerns. The decision to keep outdoor sheds year-round is not about structures. It's about the health, inclusivity, and vibrancy of our community. By embracing and supporting these structures as a permanent feature, we send a clear message that the health and safety of our New York City residents is a top priority. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. We are now going to go to Natalia Pritzela.
Hi, I'm Natalia Petruzella. Thanks for letting me come back in the queue. So I'm a resident of the West Village. I live on a block with 4 sheds on one side of a very narrow street. These sheds have which were, I think, a great innovation and an addition to the existing sidewalk dining program, which every restaurant on our street has. They were nice in the pre-vaccine pandemic days, or at least tolerable. They have absolutely come to destroy the quality of life on our block. People who want to move off the block can't even, because people show up to look at their properties and are like, oh my God, those sheds? Hell no. And they're right. 3 main issues. Sanitation. We have not had street cleaning since 2020. There are rats. There are huge piles of garbage, which are made even huger by the fact that these restaurants have like doubled their capacity since then. There are major pedestrian safety issues. You cannot see out in the road when you go to cross the street. My mother, who's disabled, no ride shares can pull over because these sheds, as someone else mentioned, are so incredibly wide. They are, we have to, the streets, the third issue is crowds. There is so much crowding on the street. It's some kind of Instagram frat row on the weekends that people have to walk in the middle of the street. My kids, we can't get by. People are crowding the stoops of the houses that live there. And honestly, often incredibly rude to residents that are walking by. And I'll say with the crowds too, the previous speaker to me was talking about the health and safety of New Yorkers. I mean, I have to laugh out loud. My son cannot sleep at night because the revelers are so loud outside. They draw bands that come to play for all of the people who are packing these outdoor sheds. I mean, I can't tell you how destructive this has been to the block. If I hadn't also seen DOT essentially fail in every single way to regulate these programs in the last 3 years, I might say, oh, you should have a modified program, or you should, have like 1 per block, or certain narrow blocks shouldn't have them, but others should. I mean, I've seen every violation, including demands to take these sheds down, that the local news covered on our block. These sheds remain up. The restaurant owners do not care. They do whatever they want. Our block has been destroyed by these sheds. People walk by and say, you used to have one of the most beautiful blocks in the West Village. I would be pissed too if I were you. These are a complete giveaway to the restaurant industry. We have a wonderful outdoor sidewalk dining program, which should remain in place for the COVID issues people talk, but also because eating outside is just nice. But these sheds, expanding their reach, allowing them to be there all year, made even more permanent than now, is an absolute disaster for New York City. Sanitation, safety, crowds. It is hideous what they've done to our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next on the list is Alina. I'm unmuting you now.
Hi, my name is Alina. I'm a nurse here in New York City, and I just want to comment that for the health of New Yorkers, especially in an ongoing pandemic, and for immunocompromised individuals, we should be having outdoor dining that has stable outdoor sheds, and with the roofs that don't allow rain and other things throughout the year. I think it's really important that they're open in the winter as well. I think that they can close at 10. I don't think that there's an issue with that. But I think it's really important that we have them for people to have throughout the year so that New Yorkers who want to stay safe can do so. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we'll have Danielle. Danielle, I am unmuting you now.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. My name is Danielle Follette. I'm a resident of Queens and previously Brooklyn for almost 20 years in total. The city has largely moved on from the pandemic, though we all know it still quietly rages on. The opportunity for safe outdoor gatherings has already been dwindling down. Outdoor dining has allowed the disabled community, specifically those of us with a compromised immune system, to participate in normal life in some small way in the city we call home. As we roll into the colder months, it becomes even more difficult to socialize in a way that does not make us vulnerable to COVID. The idea that outdoor dining would shut down from November to April when we need it most is just another example of disabled New Yorkers and our needs being willfully ignored. Not only does it actively hurt us, it de-incentivizes business participation. Where are they supposed to store elaborate dining setups during half the year? One owner already said it's costing her $1,000 a month. Please extend the program to be year-round so we are not again left behind. I implore you to listen to the voices of the marginalized and not those who merely claim to speak on our behalf for their own benefit. Additionally, I would like to echo sentiments said earlier that these rules should be made more specific according to borough and neighborhood. My needs and concerns in Queens are not the same as the wealthiest residents of Manhattan. Please consider the unique structure of the various parts of our city that do extend outside of Manhattan. And thank you to Christy for drawing attention to indoor air quality and the classist over-dramatization of the visual impact of dining structures of previous speakers. Thank you very much for this time.
Thank you for your comment. Next will be David Cohen. I am unmuting you now.
Thank you. I'd just like to echo comments made earlier today and endorse, the people like Leslie Clark and Leslie Breeding, as well as the resident in the West Village, where I also live, that has spoken to the ridiculousness that this program has wreaked on our neighborhoods. And I sympathize with those who are still vulnerable or feeling vulnerable to getting sick, but I think if we're honest and we look at how this program has mutated over the years, it is very little outdoor about any of these, quote, outdoor structures. Again, in my neighborhood, these are four-sided things with chandeliers and heaters, and again, the wiring that people have brought up time and time again. So there's really, nothing's really outdoors about these. And I think, again, to heat the outdoors, as has been said many times today, is absurd. If people want to eat outdoors, they should be allowed to. And I think I'm all in favor of expanding the existing Sidewalk Cafe program. I think it was unfairly and administered in the past, and maybe people weren't able to get these permits as freely as they should. But not every block is created equally. There shouldn't be a one-size-fits-all approach for something as important as this and something that has impact on so many people's lives. And so again, while I feel for the vulnerable, eating outdoors should be eating outdoors. So if this is an outdoor dining program, it should be outdoors. It should be something that's easily taken down. It shouldn't be something that is so expensive and so laborious to put up and take down that it's really just a building. I mean, that's what these things have become. They are buildings that have tripled, quadrupled, doubled the size of the restaurant at the expense of the residents living around them. And, so I support the idea and the rule here that these are indeed temporary. And if they are allowed to be up, they're only allowed to be up when people are wanting to eat outside. And again, when it's raining, you shouldn't be eating outside. And so the roofs and all this other crap about umbrellas blowing away, that's not really something that we need to be worried about. And we shouldn't be as a city. So again, all in favor of expanding outdoor licenses, but in a sensible way that takes into account the fact that people live on these streets and they've really just become, this has gotten out of control. So we need some sensible restriction on them. And I think in part, the rules do that. I think as others have noted, there are several gaps and issues that should be addressed before in implementing what is, supposed to be a, quote, permanent outdoor program. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we will go to Rickford Dalgety. Rickford Dalgety, I am unmuting you now.
Hello. Am I being heard?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good. Um, I'm Rick Dalgetty, and I work as a consultant for compliance with small restaurants. The complexities attendant with this revised program are to be well appreciated. And having read a solid body of critique on this initiative, I was heartened that about 60 to 70% of respondents offered comments in favor of continuing the program. Folks have long wanted to enjoy more outdoor dining. Unfortunately, it took COVID-19 pandemic to, in some regards, satisfy this desire. COVID-19, even though to a lesser degree, is still with us. As such, safe spacing is still relevant, and outdoor dining alleviates this concern. Sidewalk cafes and curbside dining have allowed many small establishments to remain viable during COVID-19 and thereafter. Many such establishments are still in economic recovery mode after barely surviving the epidemic. With the implementation of the temporary program, with very basic and little direction, particularly small establishments invested in outdoor structures to help boost sales and patronage. These aspects of business continuity are still relevant today. These structures, once they meet acceptable open-air dining standards or requirements, should be allowed to continue. The proposed materials as seen in the pictures offered by DOT seem to be quite flimsy and incapable of protecting outdoor dining patrons from the elements, rain, snow, strong winds, traffic, particularly with weather changes. Unstable barriers can be blown or toppled over quite easily. If these barriers have to be removable, they would have to be quite light and therefore not protective of the outdoor seated dining patrons. Also, the city and DOT are urged to consider demographic diversity throughout New York City when rulemaking. Issues in Community A are not necessarily those of Community B. Flexibility in rulemaking is critically important here. Hopefully, business establishments will not be burdened with navigating the multiplicity of agencies as specified in the proposed rules. Long live open-air dining with the best hours 10 a.m. to 2 a.m. and the constant period of 4 years is for once not burdensome on small businesses. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. We'll next go to Eve Sober. Eve Sober, I'm unmuting you now.
Okay, I'm unmuted now, right?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, thank you. I'm a West Village resident and New York born, and I appreciated the necessity of the outdoor dining during COVID, but it has gotten out of control. I have had to listen to the conversations of everybody in the outdoor sheds all day long for the last few years, and I live 6 floors up. This is a city where we live. We live here. And unlike other cities, we live here. There isn't a downtown area that's business only. We live here. And when we tell people we live here, they tell us, oh no, it's the West Village. We live here. And this place has become unlivable. And the reason you have rules about 18-inch barriers and the reason you're concerned about your outdoor customers, because this was not what the city was designed to be. Sidewalks were for people to walk down, and commercial space was not supposed to be public space. There is no public space left. As someone who got arrested with Adonis Rodriguez at Occupy over issues of public space, I'm really surprised he's willing to relinquish the public space of the people for commercial interests. There has always been outdoor dining in New York. So the claims that this program needs to exist for the health and safety of New Yorkers is ridiculous and suspect. You are giving away commercial public space at a commercial value 86% less than previously determined. You mentioned that there is favoring for this program, but that's only because people don't even know this hearing is happening. People don't even know these rules are being forced down our throats. We live here. This was a neighborhood and it is no longer. If you want to make it like Paris, this will make us nothing like Paris. The rules you are creating are so different than the rules in Paris, it's ridiculous. I have to listen to 65 decibels in my home from the noise of people talking like this. Oh my God, outside my window. I'm supposed to endure this from 8 a.m. to 2 a.m. is what that man just suggested. Where are your interests? We live here. This is supposed to be a city where people can live, and you have made it unlivable. No waivers at all. I don't want to wait for an emergency where people die to determine that waiver was inappropriate. No waivers at all. No sheds on streets where people can't walk down if they're there.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we will go to Michelle Campo. Michelle, I'm unmuting you now.
Hi, you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
I'm Michelle Campo. I approve of what the previous speaker said, by the way. Most of what I'm saying, since I've heard it, is just going to be kind of reiterations. I'm a native New Yorker who has lived in Little Italy, overly impacted, I might add, Little Italy. And I'm amazed when people conflate outdoor dining with, sheds in the street. We've always had outdoor dining. It's on the sidewalk. It's manageable. We kind of like it. We don't like when people are in this, we don't like our public spaces used for a private entity. Okay. And most people feel the same as I do. There has already been public space should not be used for a private entity. And also the head of the firemen's union stated that if you live nearby a shed, you should be very, very worried because you may die when it goes flambe. Physical structures need to be defined in rules. Physical structures, if they will be in the future, need to be more severely defined. They should not be on a pedestrian clear path. They should have designated space. I'm just reiterating what I've been here since the beginning, so I've heard everything. Okay, there should be no sprawl to the frontage. They should deny outdoor heating as it significantly contributes to air pollution and climate crisis. This is the reason why it was banned in France. And we are, okay, and it was good in the beginning because it was an emergency and we all supported the restaurants. But right now, an emergency impacts study has never been done. For this to be never done and for these things to continue to exist just boggles the mind. Okay. I'm looking at my notes. The Hospitality Alliance has seen to it that no residents were included in the open restaurant program proposal or rules, no meetings with them or the administration until this present one. And we live here, as was said, and we are all voters. The residents of this city are voters. The people who own the restaurants, not necessarily their voters. So we should have some at least parity with what is done with our lives. Thank you very much.
Thank
you for your comment. The next individual will be Peter Gibson. Peter Gibson, I'm unmuting you now.
Great. Okay, thanks very much. Yes, I just wanted to say that I strongly support what Councilmember Marte and the speakers of all the community boards around the city have testified to today against many of the proposed rules because they're a serious quality of life and health issue for many of the residents. My biggest concern of this program is the one-size-fits-all approach that may work in some neighborhoods, but certainly doesn't in residential neighborhoods that have high concentrations of restaurants like Greenwich Village, NoHo, Tribeca, as evidenced today by much of the testimony. For example, on my block, that I've lived on for 30 years, we have 7 restaurants with outdoor dining, 4 sheds that take up the entire side of the street. And on a typical weekend, we have 100 diners outside. The noise, traffic, and lack of accessibility on the sidewalk clearly illustrates to me that one size does not fit approach does not work as compared to what our neighborhood was like pre-COVID. As such, I strongly oppose the proposed hours of operation from 8 o'clock to 1 o'clock in residential districts that have a high density of restaurants. These proposed hours would be a serious quality of life and health issue for me and many of the residents in my neighborhood, which should not be ignored. The hours should not be beyond 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. The proposed hours would also be a violation of Law 121 that specifies 10 a.m. to midnight, not 8 to 1. Next is the amplified sound. The proposed rules prohibit amplified sound outside. However, there's an obvious loophole, and that's because there's no rules for blasting music outside from an open window or door that often happens across the street from me. So please prohibit music outside that comes from restaurant windows and doors that are blasting music. I also oppose waivers and exceptions to the 15-foot lane rule for emergency vehicles in residential neighborhoods.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we will go to Finn Rad 11. I am going to unmute you now.
Hello?
Hi, we can hear you.
Oh, yes, thank you. I live in Soho for the last 50 years, born and raised in Brooklyn, but I've seen the neighborhood change immensely since this. Not only are restaurants operating at 200% capacity, but it is also causing a lot more street congestion with Ubers waiting for patrons at these restaurants. When we had a fire on Sullivan Street a few months ago, 2 people died. The fire trucks were delayed because of all the Ubers waiting double parked at the intersection of Sullivan and Spring, as part of Spring is close to open streets, and where one restaurant could have 2 lanes of tables out into the street. I can that in itself should be a reason to eliminate this program. You know, we depend on a bridge and tunnel crowd for the restaurants here, and people drive in, but you know, there's nobody's thinking about parking. The other part of it, I cannot get down to the laundromat on my block because of not only tables on the sidewalk, but also waiters going in and out of the shed. And then the restaurants also have carts and other things out on the sidewalk, you know, to make their business go, whatever, and they're blocking the street. And then we have maybe a dozen e-bikes congestion being consolidated on the corners, waiting for to be dispatched for a delivery. So all of this combined, you're not looking at this holistically, first of all. And also, if you're going to have these sheds, you could put them on trailers like we do in the film and television industry, where we have mobile dining rooms that can be moved. And we can clean the streets at least. So, please consider all that. But this is not about COVID, it's about greed. Let's be clear on that. And I just wonder how much money the mayor is getting from the restaurant industry for his campaign or legal defense funds. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we will go to Christina Gonzalez. Christina, I am unmuting you now.
Hi. Yeah, I just want to echo some of the other comments that I support the outdoor dining program, but there are some deep issues that are not only going to damage the program as laid out and threaten to close availability, threaten jobs, threaten some of our recovery with the cost to smaller businesses. There were some stats that showed that restaurants in areas, neighborhoods that had higher POC populations were getting more options, and that's threatened too. There are a lot of people commenting who live in very high cost, privileged areas, and they're not thinking about those of us who don't live in those areas. So also, again, to think about others who live in other parts of the city. And there's a rule that structures are required to be ADA compliant, but access in the ADA is also about accommodating those of us who are immunocompromised. So offering dining options year round is very important. It's not about convenience, but it is about, a little bit of that, but it's also about necessity and having options for those of us who are either immunocompromised ourselves or take care of those who are. Because some people are talking about the visual and the aesthetics of the structures when people are still dying. It's a deadly and disabling disease around. And those of us who are unable to access COVID safer options, especially if outdoor dining goes away for months, it leads to more isolation. So think about the psychological effect on people like us who are at higher risk. Maybe they might not look as pretty, but they could be. Their rules have to be open to make sure we support everyone, especially those who do rely on the availability of options to access public life and aspects of public life. So we want it year round and accessible, and just to remember that not everyone is in a wealthy area and don't have a lot of money. And maybe these are some of the most accessible things we have in our neighborhoods that aren't just staying at home isolated because it's not as safe to go outside and socialize and do things with others. It's just very difficult that way. So yeah, of course, take care of the rats, find the rules to make everything as healthy as possible, but we need it year round. That is just, don't forget about those of us who are disabled and the people who aren't wealthy are more likely to be disabled and also to suffer worse cases of long COVID and higher risk of long COVID. So this is about public health too, in many ways. So that's just kind of just echoing other people's concerns. But I live in Queens. I've been a New York City resident my whole life. And yeah, not one size fits all, but definitely consider residents in all areas in determining the rules. But year round is the foundation. What we need.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we'll go to Megan Rickerson. Megan Rickerson, I am going to unmute you now.
Hi, my name is Megan Rickerson. I own a bar in Boerum Hill. I serve on my bid. I am a very, very active part of my community. I'm on the Hospitality Alliance Board. I'm on the Mayor's Small Business Council. I got into all of this because I felt very largely unseen when COVID hit. I got cut out of everything, all of the grants, all of the assistance. People are speaking to greed. I didn't pay myself for a year and a half in order to keep my place alive, to keep my staff employed. I don't think people understand the margins that we are working with. I am not a wealthy person. I didn't get into this business to be a wealthy person. So when we're talking about greed of of business owners and restaurant owners, that is just not always the case. One size does not fit all, as everyone is saying on both sides. And there has to be room for compromise and conversation, and not coming at this from an attacking point of view. We, as restaurant owners, we want clarity from DOT as well. I want the property owner approval process to be stricken. Not all landlords are accepting of outdoor dining. That has to be something that comes to the table. I am one of those restaurants on Atlantic Avenue, if you've been listening from the beginning, that does not have proper lighting because my street light does not work and has not been fixed in 4 years. So taking away the ability to affix lights to a broken lamppost that's city owned keeps my neighborhood safe. In my neighborhood, felony assaults have gone up 50.4% from 141 in 2022 to 212 in 2023. We need lighting. Also on Atlantic, screens from road debris. People move fast. The ability to have screens around to protect. And also, it pours in the summer. It poured every weekend in September and October for 8 weeks. We need the ability to protect customers that want to dine outdoors, that need to dine outdoors, and umbrellas just aren't. They're just not an option. I think hearing people in very, very, tightly packed neighborhoods, I understand. And we all know there are going to be bad actors. DOT needs to step up and enforce these things that are being done incorrectly. But from an operator standpoint, that I follow the rules, you can't claim that everyone does that, because it's just not the case. And I'm sorry to those that are dealing with operators that are not doing the right thing. But DOT, step up, regulate that, give us clear rules, make common sense rules. And just remember that people aren't doing this for greed. They're doing it for survival. I didn't open my bar to be rich. I did it to take care of people, which I'm going to keep doing. So thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we'll go to John Rosmus. I'm unmuting you now.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is John Rosmus, and I disagree with this new outdoor dining program. I'm having forced to live next to an outdoor dining structure, and I and my neighborhood have to deal with loud noises and the increases of rats. We cannot sleep at night, and the quality of my block has been absolutely destroyed. I support the pre-COVID sidewalk dining. That was, for me, the real outdoor dining, not this shed stuff or any of this stuff that's on this roadway. But if the DOT doesn't want to go back to the pre-COVID sidewalk outdoor dining, I propose that the hours should be limited to 10 a.m. with an extension given only on weekends. Secondly, I like to ensure that neighborhoods are not swamped with with the restaurant noise. I have to deal with noise every night, blasting music, boom boxes, people talking, and sometimes it goes all the way to 3 a.m. We cannot sleep, and it's not even enforced. So please, if the DOT can make a rule about the noise and actually enforce this rule, I would be greatly appreciative. And lastly, I don't think there should be any heating for these outdoor structures going forward. We are in a climate crisis. In France, they actually banned the use of burning gas in the wintertime. And in general, I agree with the rule that there should not be any outdoor dining during the winter. We need our sidewalks and roads plowed. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we will go to Matthew Rickey, who I am unmuting now.
Hi there. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I just wanted to echo quickly what a couple other people have said. My partner Jim spoke a few minutes ago, actually probably closer to an hour ago. Been here for 4 hours. I am also a managing partner of a couple places in Williamsburg, Greenpoint. Just wanted to speak very clearly so people understand that the margins in these businesses were like 3 to 5% is real. That's how much we have left. That shouldn't let us off the hook for bad behavior. It shouldn't let us off the hook for having garbage on the streets or unmanaged roadside hutches. I think all these things are really important. We've been residents of the city our entire lives as well. I'm not even particularly advocating for a carte blanche system. I think charging people $250 per year for 4 years is not probably the solution that works for residents or restaurant owners. I think that we want, and I'm going to forget her name. I'm sorry, Megan perhaps was just speaking to this ask that we've had since COVID for the city to be consistent and to provide us meaningful guidance and meaningful direction along the way, so that we don't have people who seem to have worked for the DOT or anyone for maybe half an hour wandering by with a PDF printout asking us why we don't have flowers in our roadside situation because they saw a picture of flowers somewhere and they're giving us a citation for not having flowers, which happened to us multiple times over the course of the last few years. Getting cease and desist orders for not having enough plants in our roadside dining structures. So I think it's, from our point of view, there's a lot of places that do really well with these things and really do take care of these things. And we would be happy to pay more, happy to have tougher standards, happy to be a part of the community in a more systematic way. Do we need to get our neighbors' approval? Do we need to go before the community board? Do we need to do whatever? I mean, these are all things that purveyors who have had to have liquor licenses for our entire careers, this is what we do. We work with our neighbors and we work with our community to make sure that this works for everybody. The fact that, just to echo a couple of things, the fact that we're at this stage here where 99% of this feedback is not even specifically about compromise. It's just very clear that there's a lot of people who don't want this and a lot of people who find this very meaningful. And it's been disappointing the way that it got pushed through by city council. Eric Adams has been a disappointment across the board. And this has been, no surprise that this is exactly how it's played out. But to the person who lives in the West Village who thinks that we're somehow paying Eric Adams for this, I have 52 employees. When they all lose their jobs, they lose their jobs and that's it. I have 52 of them. I've been in business for 11 years. I don't pay myself at all. Zero. I make my money as a consultant on other situations.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we'll go to Andrea Hulsey. Andrea, I'm going to unmute you now.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hey, I'm Andrea. I don't have much in the way of notes because I sort of just found out about this meeting and opted in. I just wanted to sort of throw out a few things, which is I'm also immunocompromised and I work a job that's highly sensitive where I have to get tested a lot. But I also happen to live in, as someone mentioned, one of the privileged areas where I moved 29 years ago when it was definitely not. I can't afford to leave. It's a stabilized apartment. So when COVID came in, and in Northside Williamsburg, which is kind of infamous for not getting cops coming around responding to sound ordinance issues, we had the dual issue of Barry being open and restaurants and nightly raves till 4 a.m. And the noise hasn't really gone down that much. And it became so bad that health-wise, there's different types of health, not sleeping, not being able to work, mental health, that should be considered as well. I don't have all the answers, but I know that a lot of people in my community were incredibly affected, including my neighbor who died of a heart attack because of, an ambulance couldn't get to him in time because of all the crowds and the open street barriers and the open bars. So I think a lot of things have to go into this, including the neighbors and the people who are actually living there. So all I ask is that we consider this, and it's not an answer, it's just for everyone to think about, which is if we required the people who own those businesses to live in the building with their family, to live there above it, would they move in with that noise? And then secondly, would it curtail the noise? And then another option might be, instead of getting the building's permission, getting all the people who live there's permission, getting people to sign over their permission to have allowed business there, like a restaurant that's outdoors or a bar, because a lot of us who live in those privileged communities are not privileged. I can barely afford my $1,500 rent. I'm a small freelance designer. So, despite the fact that it's flown into a giant party scene, a lot of us are aging into a community that we can't help and we can't leave. And we love this city and we've always contributed to the community. But if we don't have a say to some degree, quality of life. Like, what is that saying about New York residents? What are we worth to the city? Are the business worth more than us? And so I really love the bartenders and the people who work in these cafes and restaurants and understand where they're coming from, but there has to be noise issue considerations that are taken very seriously. And I think that if we don't get like a sign off from the residents, or we don't get a person who's living in the building, there's never going to be the regulation.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we will go to Catherine O'Sullivan. Well, I'm unmuting now.
Yes, hello. Thank you for allowing me to speak. So I agree with all the people who've already spoken opposing this legislation. I don't agree with giving one industry our city streets. But I do wonder at which agency should oversee any sort of outdoor dining. I don't believe it's the Department of Transportation. They have proved themselves ineffective at actually getting traffic and bicycles to observe the laws. So, you know, they should focus on that. I also wonder at what this exercise is all about. You know, are the people of New York, the people who live and work and pay taxes in New York, actually going to be listened to? And I ask this because the party mayor and the DOT commissioner were partying outside my apartment on Father's Day, and I recorded 89 decibels in my apartment. So I'm very skeptical about this whole enterprise, but thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we will go to Shannon Greer, who I'm unmuting now. Shannon Greer, I'm trying to unmute you. Hi, yes, we can hear you.
I'm a giant supporter of outdoor dining. I've personally, I even live out above a restaurant. I'm a New Yorker. I've been living there for 47 years. I find that for me also, having the choice to dine out, especially during the pandemic, has been very, very important. And I love having that choice, and I like having that even in the colder months. I also feel that for restaurants that to be able to keep a canopy year round also means being able to keep employees year round, and to not wait to see what the weather is to see if people can come in and work or not. I think, you know, a lot of this is about jobs and about consistency of an employment and keeping staff members on the floor, and basically keeping putting meals on people's tables. And you know, a lot of this for me is about jobs as well. And you know, the pandemic is not over, so I personally believe that outdoor canopies should be year-round, and we should be able to keep canopies until such time that, you know, perhaps the pandemic does end. But it's not ended yet, and I know myself and a lot of other people prefer to still dine outdoors and to stay safe and to basically, you know, just to have the choice to stay healthy. So I endorse outdoor dining. I find it to be a welcome to New York City when it's done well. And I believe that also that, you know, it should be you know, I don't think the people who have done well with their canopies should not be punished for the people who have done poorly. And I think that the city should look into regulating it and making it outdoor dining good for everyone and work for everyone. That's all I have to say anyway.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we will go to Marcel Rocha, who I am unmuting now.
Hi, how are you? Could you hear me?
Yes, we can hear
Yeah.
you.
Hi, I'm Marcel, and I live in the Lower East Side, and basically in the midst of the new area referred to as Dime Square, which is being referred to as that post during the pandemic and post. And the outdoor dining hit us harder than most of any other neighborhood during the pandemic. And I like to say, as I continue, the idea that everyone who lives in these neighborhoods and these areas are privileged or wealthy, it's absolutely absurd, especially for anyone to just believe that it's all across the board. I live in a building that is predominantly Chinese and some Latin and a lot of elderly people. And many people don't speak English and they don't have a representative to come to these sort of meetings. And a lot of us have voiced the concerns of people in the building via translators. We've been to like countless community board meetings, anything we could do while this was introduced and it was getting out of control. I know a lot of people here want the options of having it like year round and more food options and just the availability of it and the accessibility of it. But the idea of it just being there all the time does not really, it does not collaborate or agree with the tenants that live above these places. Suddenly you have like an extension of a bar or restaurant or bar restaurants, because a lot of them operate as both. And suddenly you have a bar restaurant outside your window. And, even with the extension, I mean, the hours are already late as it is, and to extend them, it would be just a crime. And ultimately, even after the hours are shut down, the regulations are barely followed. Also, with these sort of restaurants that also operate as bars, they later become like smoking areas. The rats are a whole other like topic, and but the whole idea, because they are hubs for that, but ultimately what becomes after the restaurants close, and just it's not even the visual aesthetic of it, it's just the amount of issues that it brings to the tenants above. And like I said, I live in a building where it's predominantly elderly people, and it's just havoc. Also, our streets, we are in a street that it's a smaller street. It's not like the streets in Little Italy, but they're slimmer. You basically have to end up walking in the middle of the street because these sheds are in place. But then
Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. At the moment, no one else has their hand raised on Zoom. Oh, someone did. Hold on one moment. Camelia, I'm going to unmute you now. I'd also just like to remind everyone that you may provide written comments to us until the end of the day today by emailing them to rules@dot.nyc.gov or via the NYC proposed rules website. I'm going to drop that information into the chat so everyone has it. And Camelia, I am unmuting you now.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes, thank you so much. Thanks DOT for organizing this kind of town hall type of conversation. My name is Camelia Tepelus. I'm the executive director for Morris Park Business Improvement District in the Bronx. I agree, our corridor is very mixed, commercial and residential. I would even say it's a highly residential commercial corridor. Therefore, I feel very receptive to a lot of the community input that was addressing the issues of noise, of general traffic, of late night disturbances, safety, etc., etc. Having said that, we are a strong supporter of the proposal for revised outdoor dining guidelines, not only because it was a lifeline for a lot of businesses during COVID, but also because it's truly an item where the city of New York was behind, frankly, the rest of the world and the rest of the large urban centers of the world on this matter. I immigrated to the United States 20 years ago after having lived years in several European countries. People live in Paris, people live in London, in Brussels, and everywhere else where during the summer times and the months of the year when there's good weather, people socialize and enjoy outdoor dining. The fact that in New York City, the fees for street cafes were so exorbitantly high is what led to only those cafes and this outdoor option being available only in Manhattan, frankly, while other neighborhoods such as the Bronx and Brooklyn, frankly, didn't have this option. To all the strong critics of the proposal, I have to say this is not set in stone. This is the first proposal of the City of New York and Department of Transportation attempting such a problem in conditions other than crisis, right? Because it was proposed under COVID. Let's give it a chance. And to DOT, I'm saying, please be responsive to people. I mean, we still have today like sheds that are absolutely outrageous, including in my corridor. There was never enforcement on any of them. And this program has to create like an open channel of communication. And when community residents submit complaints, those have to be promptly addressed. These fees that are proposed, there should be an avenue for an amount of those fees to go to DOT to continue supporting the issue of enforcement. But again, overall, we are strongly supporting the program, and we wish DOT and all other agencies involved in implementation a lot of success. And this is a step forward for our communities, for the city to remain vibrant, open, and equitable to all boroughs equally. So I thank you one more time and we look forward to continuing observing
Thank you.
participating. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. We will hold the Zoom room open until 2:30 p.m. So if you would like to submit verbal testimony on the proposed rule, see another hand, we will call on anyone who uses the raise hand feature. And Arthur Goldstein, I see you have just raised your hand, so I'm going to unmute you now.
Thank you so much. I just have one point that I actually did just submit comments on because I wasn't sure if I'd be able to stay on. Appreciate all your time. So when there are events that have SAPO permits, several block areas controlled by an organization, and vendors are paying in, and in the case of one of my clients, they're paying for over $200,000 for sanitation. There's electricity, insurance costs, and other expenses that every vendor is paying in, except some restaurants don't have to. The rule, in my opinion, needs to have an amendment that says you have the choice to participate or not. But if you don't participate by paying the fees into a permitted event, then you shouldn't be able to use the space. And prior to the to COVID-19, under similar circumstances, the sidewalk cafes rules were suspended, meaning if someone didn't participate in a festival, then they couldn't use the outdoor space because it's under the permitted space. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. And as a reminder, individuals are only permitted one opportunity to submit verbal testimony during the Zoom public hearing. But as I mentioned before, we are taking written comments up until 11:59 p.m. this evening, and I've put both the email address and the NYC proposed rules website link into the Zoom chat. We will hold this hearing room open another 10 minutes. In the event that anyone else would like to submit verbal testimony, please use the raised hand feature on Zoom and we will call on you. Thank you very much. Andrea Meyer, I see your hand raised. I am going to unmute you now.
Hello?
Hi, we can hear you.
Okay, great. I wanted to make a comment. Are you ready?
Yes, yes, we're ready.
I'd like to comment that for people who are saying their immune system is not working and they need to eat outdoors, well, they're not eating outdoors with any kind of shed that we've seen that's enclosed at all. And it's the same as eating in a restaurant. I would imagine it's worse because it's closer quarters. It's a smaller space, and I would imagine it's worse than air that circulates in a restaurant. That's my comment.
Thank you for your comment.
Okay.
And with that comment, I do not see any other hands raised using the Zoom function, and we are going to conclude today's public hearing. It is 2:31 p.m. on November 20th, 2023, and this public hearing is hereby concluded. Thank you everyone for participating.